Right here, my tablet needs to fall over, so I just want to make sure.
Pretty good. How yourself?
I'm hanging in here.
Wondering, is everything okay as far as your setup? Is that the I normally split screen?
Yeah.
If you want this listed on the, is it okay? I know this is using the browser. Is it okay? Okay.
That's what I was looking for. Oh,
That's what I want.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Gio, how you doing, man?
Pretty good.
Back.
I just want to make sure.
I guess I should test. Can
On. So the projectors aren't on?
Oh, I think we're on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir? Thank you. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, August 17, 2021. The time is 5:03 p.m. The regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the redevelopment agency, the city as housing asset successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra. Member Gomez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum. All right, Madam Clerk, before I before I read the introduction to public comments, are there any requests to speak?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. All right, then we're going to now move on to the declaration of closed session items by our city attorney, Mr. DeBortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have one item this evening. It's existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1 and to provide information would jeopardize the existing settlement negotiations. To the extent there is reportable action, we will report that either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the 6 o'clock regular session.
Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. All right, then we are in recess to closed session. We'll return at 6 p.m. That is Mr. Laws. You should have a mask on, Mr. Laws. And we're going to begin in just a moment, Mr. Laws. There's a table back there.
That would have been an interesting council. 6 o'clock.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, August 17, 2021. The time is 6 p.m. We're resuming the regular session of our meeting, the following of which will now come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City is Housing Asset Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra? Here. Councilmember Gomez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Present.
Mayor Jones?
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum. Moving on to closed session announcements by our city attorney, Mr. D. Bortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had one item this evening. It was existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. And the information related to that is set forth on the agenda. There is no reportable action with respect to that item this evening.
Thank you, Mr. D. Bortnowski. All right, we're going to move on to our invocation to be led this evening by Pastor Alex Gonzalez of Victory Outreach. And then following that, Captain Wickham will do us the honor of leading us in the pledge to our wonderful flag. Pastor Gonzalez, so glad to have you with us this evening. Welcome.
Good evening. We could all stand in reverence to the Lord. I want to take the opportunity to thank this council and the leaders that are present here this evening for your commitment and your dedication to this beautiful city of Victorville. Can we bow our heads here this evening? Heavenly Father, first and foremost, let me say thank you on behalf of those who are gathered here this evening. We thank you for the blessing that rests upon our city, the city of Victorville. We thank you for life itself. We thank you for the measure of health that you have given each one of us to perform our duties. We thank you for the awesome responsibility to lead, Father God, that you've given each one that is here tonight. Father, we pray for just your love to abound, God, within our city. We thank you, Father, for loving us even when we're unlovable. We thank you for being faithful to us even when we're unfaithful. We thank you, Father God, for being an ever-present help in times of trouble. And Father, we look to you this evening. We need your wisdom. We need your love. We need your joy. We need your peace, your patience, your kindness, your goodness, your faithfulness, your gentleness, and yes, even self-control. We need the fruit of the Spirit that comes only from you, oh God. And we ask that you will bless this council with this spirit of wisdom and a spirit of unity, because your word tells us how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious oil upon the head, running down on the beard of Aaron, running down on the edge of his garments. It is like the dew of Hermon descending upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, life forevermore. Please, Lord, command your blessing. Command your blessing upon this meeting. Command your blessing upon this council. Command your blessing within our city. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Gonzalez. Thank you, Captain Wickham. All right, Madam Clerk, moving on. Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
There are no revisions to report.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to move on to the conflict of interest declarations. Do any council members have any conflicts of interest to declare? Seeing and hearing none, we're going to move on to the introduction to public comments. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, are there requests to speak?
Yes, we do have speakers.
Thank you. All right, well, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your city council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.9 and the council's established policies and procedures. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comment section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Additional time may be allocated for appeal hearings in accordance with the city's adopted policy and procedures manual. All testimony must be directed solely to the council. Open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue during the public comment periods. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Whether attending this meeting in person or via Zoom, once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item numbers that will be addressed or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and appreciation are appreciated. Your understanding is appreciated. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Bruce Bell.
Good evening,
I'd like
sir.
to say hello to all the city council members this afternoon. I think it was around before the COVID-19, you guys all knew there were other city council meetings on the city council. I had addressed them about a church that I own. I'm the founder and inventor of the solar panel and the solar battery. I own a church up on Scotterdale's Road. I looked on the website and I seen that you attend church there, Mrs. Irving. And I'm having trouble getting my ownership back from the minister there, which is James E. Markham. I've been knowing him for years, since I was a kid. We're just like relatives. I was there when we broke ground. I had the church built. You may not believe this, but I'm also the owner of Aerojet Industries up in Sacramento, here in Southern Cal. I was attending a military meeting up in Washington, D.C. at the nation's capital back in 2001. And they brought this to my attention because we were trying to find out where is all my investments failing. And I had trusted him with that church when we had broke ground. Now, his name is on the ownership. My name is on some of the documents, but not on the ownership. And I'm trying to get my church back so I can make it back to Washington. And I can't get anything out of Markham. Now, he will admit to me verbally that the church is mine, and he knows this, but he will not sign it over legally to me. He just wants to give me the keys and then just run off, which makes more paperwork, and it makes a lot of problems for me. So I've been going to the San Bernardino Controller's office as well as the Hesperia Controller's office in land management, and just trying to get somewhere and find the documents on what went on while I was up at Aerojet Industries. Now, there had been some complaints with me many years ago when the church was being built. I own a helicopter, a Chinook, 8-blade helicopter that I fly around. It's up at Beale Air Force Base. I landed it right outside here, outside of Burtech. They fined me. We got in trouble. But I had called him about the church as it was being built. Construction tools were moved from Tech Hard here. And we got in a verbal disagreement in the church, and it wound up to a physical altercation. They called the police, but the police didn't take me to jail, but they did fine me. So I accepted the fine and promised to appear, and I paid the fine. But I have just had a terrible time with him, and now I live here in Victorville. And I've been attending the church for a while, but then I backed out because we were having some verbal disagreements, and I didn't want that. So I never told him I was going to address the city council about it. But I had wrote to Ramos. Ramos had gave me some information on it when I was up at Aerojet when he was working for the district attorney's office in Sacramento. And I couldn't get the proper answer needed from him or any type of help. So I decided while I was here, I would just address the city council here in Victorville and see if there was anything that you guys can do to help me with this problem with Reverend James E. Markham.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think this is beyond our purview, Mr. DePortnowski.
Yeah, it sounds like it's unfortunately private property dispute, and the city would have no jurisdiction to get involved in matters like that. I wish we could help, but probably the best bet would be to retain legal counsel and have them sort out your title issues with the other property owner.
Yeah, okay, I will look into that, but I just wanted to make the city aware because this is what they told me to do in Washington.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your coming to us. Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Roger LaPlante.
Good evening, Mr. Plant. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to tonight address something that happened at last council meeting. And I just want to do this in behalf of combat veterans in the Victor Valley where I've lived for 30 years. Something happened where, in my opinion, it was an abuse of power for a mayor of a sitting city to order the sheriff's department to invade a personal citizen of this city's constitutional Fourth Amendment right. We serve in the United States military for that Constitution. When the powers are abused so much like that, I throw my hands up and I give up. And I feel sorry for you, Madam Mayor, for needing to do that. You lost all composure, all decorum, and it was embarrassing for the city to see you order the sheriff to take the man's cell phone and have him arrested. And it's just sad. So basically, what I want to come here to tell the council and the mayor and the city manager, okay, I really appreciate the hard work and effort that you guys are doing to make this a better place to live. Do a better job. People like me are fleeing the city. We cannot stand it anymore. It's sad to see. It breaks my heart. I came here in 1991 from Iraq to live here. And this is what we get. I'm sorry. We have to do better. We have to do better for our citizens. We have to do better for our veterans. We got veterans out there in the streets right now. And your attitude, Madam Mayor, was too bad. That's sad. You say, I'll check my calendar later. I don't understand. I had to resign from the homeless committee because of that, because how am I going to go back to my constituents and tell these people that the city of Victorville is working for them when they're not? So I want to take the last 30 seconds of my time and I want to breathe tonight for the Constitution, Fourth Amendment, and the right of Americans to serve and to die for our country as they are in Afghanistan now, and they're coming back in body bags again. For what? We need to do better. In the Army training, we had sergeant's time training. It said, lead by example. And you guys are making leadership happen. Leadership training counts, but you have to lead by example. You are the leaders. I see the city attorney up there not wearing a mask. They just told me to put a mask on. City council person not wearing a mask. Lead by example, please. And if I could, the last 30 seconds, I want to pay homage to the Constitution of the United States for our breach. Thank you. God bless Victorville.
Thank you, Mr. LaPlante, and the council certainly does appreciate hearing from you, but to make the record very clear, and I apologize that Mr. LaPlante has heard some reports that are not accurate. The chair did not order anyone to be arrested. And the phone that I asked to be handed over was my husband's, who had already offered it. I would never do that to anyone else. And it was a knee-jerk reaction. So the record is very clear. I did neither of those things, would never walk on someone's First Amendment rights. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Jerry Laws.
There's a lawsuit right now on that. You'll see it.
Member Gomez is out of order and will suspend. Madam Clerk.
Jerry Laws.
Now, I was running for governor, but I pulled my race about 4 weeks ago when they wanted 5 years of my taxes. Oh, that's wonderful. And then Larry Elder won. I know Larry Elder very well. I know some other people too, but let's get to the point. Okay, Article 1, a Militia Act, 1792, U.S. Code, Title 10, Section 311. Now, Theodore Roosevelt after the Spanish-American War kind of changed that a little bit because they were having problems with ammunition and all that stuff on the attack. They all had different weapons, different ammunition. So, under the Constitution, this city can have a militia. Now, the National Guard is considered a militia in every state. That changed when Theodore changed that. But the people from 16 to should be to 105, well, 85, whatever it is the militia. And the militia has a right to protect their property, their home, their everything else, and do what has to be done, period. Now remember, the local government is the closest to the people. So what you guys do is very important. Remember, up in Idaho, up in the Panhandle, they had the Antietam come in. I guess they came from parts of Oregon or something. They came up the Panhandle and they met the militia or the people of that city at the, whatever the line was at the time. And they told them, you either get the heck out of here or you're all going to go home in body bags. And they left. So it's the responsibility. And by the way, the militia can be started in this city and should be in every state, every city, a county in the United States. Because under that Article 1792, you have that right to do that. Now, I won't be voting for the guy down in San Diego. He said you had to lock up your guns in San Diego. You ain't got time to go get your key and unlock your guns. Evidently, that's another situation. So the most important, I want to encourage this city council to understand that the militia must be part of this city, every single one of you. And I happen to like my sheriff. I told my last sheriff who just retired that I didn't have to have a concealed carry weapon. It says it'll not infringe, but this state for many years has never obeyed the federal constitution on the right to keep bear arms, period. So my personal belief is we should have our own militia. You can collect the people, find out who you want to have it. We probably got more concealed carry weapons in this county than any other county in the United States, in my opinion. But I did tell the sheriff that I don't need one. But I said I might get one just to make them happy. And our new sheriff, we'll see what happens on that. I'll be talking to him. I'll be on live talk tonight. The pastor, I don't know whether you mentioned about the people overseas in Afghanistan. I remember Vietnam very well. I'm an old Marine before then, during then, and after that time. That's beside the point.
Your time is up.
Thank you,
My
Mr.
time
Laws.
is up.
It is, Mr. Laws. Thank you very much.
All righty. Well, the militia
Thank you,
and the
Mr.
right to
Laws.
keep bear arms shall not be infringed.
Thank you, Mr. Laws. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker,
Mr. Laws, thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Laws, thank you.
the
Madam
next
Clerk.
speaker is Maggie Martin.
Mr. Laws, please. Thank you. Ms. Martin, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to be honest with you. I wasn't even, for one time, I was going to give you guys a break and not speak in public comments, but I am trying very hard to deal with the sense of anger and frustration from our first speaker on the floor. Okay, so public speaker tonight that at the podium. I'm on Zoom, obviously. I'm going to try my best to stay composed, and I make no promises, but I will do my best. About the meeting that was spoken about, I believe that was the July 20th meeting. That sounds right. And all that baloney went on that night. I'm going to jump and tell you straight out. I'm coming right to your defense, Miss Jones. Right to your defense at the ready. Pick a side. Your right side.
Ms.
your
Martin,
left
if
side.
you'll kindly speak to the entire council.
I am, but I'm letting this council know, and more importantly, the public, based on that statement that was made by a previous speaker, that I think it's important, and we're all guilty of it, myself included. I think it's important that you have a little bit more fullness, you know, of the picture, the whole picture. And that was my assumption too when I first saw that. And then I had to reach out to other people to find out, you know, what your intent really was. But the most important thing I want people to understand is not everybody, just because you're on the dais, everybody has their strengths. Not everybody's knowledgeable about constitutional rights, which one applies at which time. And searching someone's cell phone, police can't do it without a warrant. So not everybody knows that. And I feel like it was an unwarranted attack on the council, on the mayor, on the council, those kinds of comments. Yes, we're all distressed over what's going on right now overseas. It's awful. I'm a grown adult of a deceased military veteran myself. So everybody's, I think, emotions are running close to the surface right now because there's a lot going on in our communities and across our nation and world. But to make attacks on a council member without really, I don't even know how to explain it. Anyway, so I'm letting that person know, and I'm letting this audience know that I would stand ready for any council member if they were inappropriately, unduly, or unwarrantedly, without warrant is what I'm trying to say, excuse me, attacked without merit. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Craig Timchak.
Good evening, Mr. Timchak. Welcome.
Good evening. I know that this is an unpopular opinion, but I do have questions about how the city council is approaching this. The pandemic that is still going on with the new variations and variants, Delta specifically, and the concerns that come from that with vaccines. We live in a city with 40% vaccination rate for full vaccination. We're also looking at opening schools next week with the Delta variant raging across the state, in which children are much more heavily impacted by COVID than they were with the initial strain. With that being said, I know that there are regulations and standards required by the state and the county. However, at what point is the city going to get involved with regulating those requirements? A previous speaker said that, you know, the city council should lead by example, and they were asked to put on a mask before they came into the chambers. However, there is a city council member sitting there without a mask still at this time, completely ignoring the leading by example comment. So the questions that I have are keeping our children safe, where multiple states who have no mask mandates and no vaccine mandates and are not moving forward with trying to push that and increase those numbers, they're seeing pediatric units at full capacity. We are starting school late intentionally to avoid falling into that first, but we are seeing how other districts are responding to that and how other districts are reacting with children being exposed to COVID. So how is the city planning on handling that? That's my prime question. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Timchak. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Karima Abdul.
Good evening, Ms. Abdul. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, council. And I would also like to applaud those following the safety measures and wearing masks as well. My concern is, yes, we are set up to have a surge event in Victorville. I'm concerned about that as well, even though it's more of a school board issue. I hope there's some additional measures we can take to lead the high desert. Also, I want to go on to the agenda item, the topic of the increased funding for police on top of Measure P funds. I would like for the city to give us a 4-year budget of additional police funding so we know what to expect. A lot of people voted for Measure P thinking that was going to be the last sales tax increase for police funding. So seeing as how it's not, I would like to see a 4-year budget for all future increases so people can be aware of what they're getting into and know what to expect. So thank you, council, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Abdul. Madam Clerk.
Angel Esperanza.
Good evening and welcome. Mr. Esparza?
Good evening, members of the council. Do I still have the chance to public comment on agenda item 1?
Well, that's our public hearing. You can wait until that point to speak if you'd like.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear. We're still gonna offer public comment for agenda item 1, correct?
Yes, that's during the public hearing. Yes.
Perfect.
So-
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Esparza. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. All right, with that.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
uh,
we did receive one on email.
I know, Madam Clerk, how would you like to handle the one we received by email?
When we receive a public comment by email, we just distribute it to council and then it's posted online.
Okay. I just would like to let that person know that we did receive it and I did read it and we are well aware of that school.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, Councilmember Becerra. All right. With that said, the public comment period is now closed and the chair brings the item back to the council. We're going to move on to our first business in order, which is public hearings, beginning with item number 1. This is the, an amendment to the Civic Center Community Sustainability Specific Plan with an environmental exception to add additional allowable land uses within the Auto Park Land Use District. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item follows a deliberation that we had almost a year ago in relating more so to a project at the time that was proposed. It was a used car dealership proposed adjacent to the auto park. And the subject of the auto parks zoning within the Civic Center Community Sustainability Plan was brought up and has been a discussion point with staff and property owners since that time. Resulting from those conversations, this item was brought to the attention of the Planning Commission, where the Planning Commission considered this item to amend the existing specific plan, which effectively proposes the expansion and uses within that more restrictive auto park zone designation. Also provides flexibilities with respect to certain used auto operations. So with that, since the item has been brought forward from the commission with an approval, the item is brought forward for your consideration. The author on this item is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. He's certainly available for any technical questions or comments you have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council conduct a public hearing, receive public testimony, and take the following actions. Find the proposal exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3, as the project will have no significant effect upon the environment. Introduce ordinance number 2421 for adoption and first reading by title only to amend the Civic Center Community Sustainability Specific Plan to allow additional land uses within the Auto Park Land Use District and waive further reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2421.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, with that said, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. And we will begin with Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question. Mr. Webb, when we were discussing this with the Planning Commission, the car dealers that this affects, we're well aware of the meetings and we let everybody know, so we don't hear next week. I wasn't told.
That is correct, yes. So before the planning commission meeting and before the city council meeting, there was a mailer sent to each property owner within the entire specific plan. And then we also received a support letter from the Auto Park Association.
Okay, so we did receive one. Thank you very much, sir. No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, Mr. Webb, did you personally, along with other individuals, sit down with Ms. Becerra to explain this item?
No, I have not had any sit-down meetings with Ms. Becerra.
Okay, because that's what she alluded to when you agreed, so it's on video. So I was making sure if I understood that to be the case, and if it's not, I thank you for the clarification. And thank you for not interrupting Ms. Becerra and for the chair to ask her to not interrupt me when I am speaking. So I appreciate that.
If you would like
My
to be
next question
recognized
is, I'm sorry, you're interrupting me. May I continue?
Member Gomez, let's proceed on with it with the right way to do this meeting. I had admonished Member Becerra. I'm sorry that you didn't hear. You can proceed.
Thank you. And if I can get my time back, I would appreciate that as well.
Proceed.
Was my time allotted to me? I'm just making sure, because you didn't report that to the clerk, so I don't think she did. So I'm just making
It's
sure.
understood that when
Okay.
the chair has to interrupt, then you don't lose your time. That's the understanding.
Thank you for the clarification.
Betcha.
What's the purpose of waiving the reading for this ordinance? Is the city not capable of affording more transparency by producing at least a synopsis of the proposed ordinance?
This is the common practice that we do for all ordinances. This ordinance is fairly short in nature, just lists additional land uses for the Auto Park District.
And why is this item being visited now? If you recall, and this council recalls, Rita and I asked for this expansion for the district and it was not adopted many months ago. Would you tell me what changed?
I believe at the time, we did not receive direct direction from the council. However, just with discussions with property owners and businesses, we realized that the current land use regulations for the auto park are too restrictive. And to create more flexibility and more viable uses of the property, that's why we're bringing this forward.
And was the city of Victorville being sued by the entities regarding the allowance used within the auto park district beyond the new car sales?
I'm not aware of any lawsuit.
Did you say no?
No.
Thank you. And does this new plan allow for commercial zoning under C2 and C3? What about any CUPs, conditional use permits, considerations beyond the scope of C2 and C3?
These properties are located within the specific plan, so they'd follow the land use allowances within the specific plan.
So does it follow the C2 and C3? Yes or no?
It follows neither of them. It follows the specific plan, which has its own allowable land uses.
Thank you. And were there members of the Planning Commission missing in that vote?
I believe there may have been one missing, yes, but it was
And-
a unanimous vote of the three that were there.
Thank you. And what conclusions were considered by the planning department when this item was reevaluated? And what were the hindrances before that did not allow for a reevaluation and consideration of this item?
In my opinion, I think it's just a reflection of the changing dynamic in the auto industry. When this plan was originally adopted, we didn't see the increase in the used car auto industry. And we didn't expect that there'd be limitations on new car industries, new car dealerships. So it did leave these property owners fairly restricted on not being able to obtain new dealerships. So this proposal before you today allows those property owners to seek additional land uses.
And my last question is, will this proposal also affect the property that the city of Victorville owns behind the Home Depot? in terms of it being a part of it and also being that flexible?
Yes, those properties just south of Home Depot would have the same allowances as all of the auto park district.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem
You're
Irving.
welcome.
Yes, I understand that this amendment yields greater flexibility for the specific plan. I'm reading here that there is no direct fiscal impact. Is there an anticipated indirect fiscal impact for the amendment?
That's hard to forecast, but our hope is that, there is one vacant building right now, an old Kia dealership. Our hope that these additional land uses will allow that building to be occupied and generate sales tax.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And when this, a similar matter came up some months ago, I want to say January, February, probably January. At that time, the council gave no direction, as I recall, for staff to proceed one way or another, that this just naturally evolved. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, with that said, the chair is going to open the public hearing and take public testimony. Madam Clerk, are there requests to speak?
Angel Esparza.
Welcome, Mr. Esparza.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to put a video on. You guys don't do video?
I'm sorry?
Trying to put my camera on. You guys don't allow it?
No.
Yeah, for audience members, we leave the screen blank, Mr. Esparza.
Okay. All right. So, very well. All right. Good evening, members of the council. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I've got a lot of things going on throughout the county, so I'll make it short and sweet. I'd like to go over there and visit you guys at least every month. So you're pretty familiar with me. Angel Esparza again from the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. Speaking on again the agenda item 1. Members of the council, again, we have this continuing amendment and revision of specific plans and things like that. So we know that mixed use is coming to town. That it's a perfect lot for a big mixed use development, and all over Victorville. It's coming. We know 8,000 homes got to be built in Victorville, or some type of residential development's got to be built for the community. When approving projects like this, I just left you guys, I want to say last week, and I found more criminal contractors working in our construction industry up there. I can't stress it enough that we have to take into consideration when we're approving and amending these specific plans. Whenever a developer wants to come to town and develop a big, beautiful, mixed-use, multi-high density residential development, that they hire local skilled and trained carpenters, workers, local responsible contractors within the area of Southern California. We found one of the assisted living developments built in Victorville, right there off of 11th Avenue, Nisqually, north of Nisqually. We found a cash pay industry going on in there. A company by the name of Arco out there, got guys coming in from Colorado, Nebraska. It's folks like myself that get the phone calls from workers that are being cheated out of their wages and shortchanged, paid in cash. So I talked about it at the last meeting, and I'm going to continue talking about it until somebody is held accountable. Again, we cannot stress it enough. Please take into consideration the local hire component, the responsible contractors. When we build the Victor Valley, we want to build it on time, under budget, and most importantly, responsibly. That's all I got, members of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Esparza. The chair wishes to make sure that I understand. Are you asserting that some of the contracts that have been awarded by the city of Victorville are being carried out in a manner that is illegal?
So I'm going to go for the record.
Just,
Yes,
it's
there's a
yes or no,
cash take.
yes, okay. So, Mr.
Oh.
Esparza, if at some point convenient for you, it would be helpful if you would connect with our city manager and have a conversation about that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. All right, Madam Clerk,
Those are all the speakers.
thank you. With that said, that do we have another, Mr. Godina, did you put in a request? Thank you. Please step forward, Mr. Godina.
Thank you for acknowledging me and,
Sorry about that.
okay, thank you. We all make mistakes. I think we made a big mistake here with agenda number 1. The last time it was presented to the council, we had so many people upset that we had to continue it because we didn't have enough time to listen to everybody. I am surprised that this time records show only one person talked on the agenda and it was in favor. Now, Ms. Becerra, you said everybody was notified. If you take the number of people who talked last time,
Okay, Mr.
the
Godina,
number of
we're on,
people,
we're on the
Council,
issue of,
if you take into account
Mr. Godina,
number
hold
of
on just
people-
one moment. Madam Clerk, will you make sure to stop the clock? So we are on the public hearing item. If you would like to speak
I
specifically to
object.
the
If it's
amendment.
natural for the city clerk to know to stop, why do you tell her?
Because I wanted Mr. Godina to know, and Ms. Gomez.
I
who
deserve the
have not
same
been
privilege.
By the chair.
We're no different.
Member is out of order and will suspend. Mr. Godina,
So
I
are you.
apologize. So if you will
So we're on agenda
kindly
number
bring
1.
your comments back to the agenda item, which is the amendment to the Civic Center, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, so agenda number 1, the Civic Center Plaza amendment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the last time it was brought to council, there were so many people outraged about what was planned for it that we had to continue it. I am surprised that now, on record, it only shows one person was interested enough to come and talk, and they talked in favor of it. Now, that seems a little bit of a problem with transparency as to what happened. Did everybody get notified? Now, I know I directed my comment to one of the council members, but the entire council, is it a little suspicious that the last time we talked about it, we had to postpone it because so many people wanted to be heard on it, and now with records show only one person talked about it? Isn't it a little suspicious that maybe not everybody really got a chance to be notified? When you only have one people talking and recorded on an agenda, it is very suspicious. To me, as a concerned resident of Victorville, it is very suspicious. I know you do your best, and I applaud you for doing your best, but your best needs to be a little better so that the whole community can come and speak and their voice be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk.
Those are all the speakers I have.
Thank you. So the chair now closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council. Will the clerk please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville, California, adopting amendment to the Civic Center Community Sustainability Specific Plan, case number PLAN 21-00021, an amendment to the Civic Center Community Sustainability Specific Plan with an environmental exemption to add additional allowable land uses within the Auto Park Land Use District.
Thank you. All right, at this time, the chair invites a motion from the city council.
I make the motion as prescribed by the recommendation enumerated numbers 1 through 3.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Is there a second?
You're welcome.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Gomez and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're now going to move into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker. Member Gomez.
No discussion at the moment.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair has no discussion on the pending motion. The discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. We're now going to move on to
I'd like to pull
Our
items
next business
7 and
in order,
11.
which is the consent calendar, items 2 through 13. Does Member Gomez wish to be recognized?
I'd like to pull items 11 and 7.
You'd like to pull 11 and 7. Thank you. So we have a motion. Is there a second to pull items 11 and 7 for?
I have comments and questions for those. They don't need to be pulled as long as I'm able to.
Okay, so I want to be clear. You said pull. Do you not wish them to be pulled? You just wish to make
Well,
comments?
I just want to be able to comment and provide inquiry. And I believe the way it's not to pull them, it's to keep them there, but still hear them out.
Yeah, we can as long as it's minor questions for clarification and brief comments.
So I would like to do that.
Yes, okay. So any other members? Okay, with that said, Member Gomez, would you like to begin with your comment or questions on
For number
item
7, it's the annual review of the city's investment policy. It talks about safety. I'd like to have the definition of to whose safety and what is the rate of return goal and how does it vary year by year? That's the second question. And the third one is, what have historic patterns told the city about its investment yields and liquidity?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I think a lot of the answer to those questions are actually outlined in the actual policy, which is contained as an attachment A, to the staff report. I don't see a particular target, an investment return target. I think the goal altogether is to do everything as conservatively as possible to maximize our rate, but do it in such a way where we have liquidity and we also have the money invested in low risk securities.
I didn't understand your response. I'm not going to ask you to repeat yourself. I have another question. Are there guidelines and documents that control the consideration of the revision for the investment policies? If so, how often and what are those documents' names?
Well, I think the document in and of itself is again the same document that I referenced as the attachment, which is the policy itself, and that requires annual review, which is why this item is on the agenda tonight.
And then for number 11, for the commercial demand of approximately 8.3 million, what measures and in-house standards does the finance department take to ensure audited monies do not fall under loosely administered policies?
You're going to have to restate that question again, please.
Absolutely. We've had loosely administered policies in the city of Victorville, so it's referent to, are we continue to have loosely administered policies? What do we do?
The answer is no.
So what, and the part of it was, what do we do different for that no to apply or be justified?
The only loosely administered policy that has been brought to this attention of the council was with respect to vacation accruals. We've discussed that subject multiple times in the past. We, in fact, have put in place a much stricter policy to actually require the payout or the usage of vacation accruals. We've also shared with the council what has contributed to those accruals exceeding the limits. There was a justifiable reason for it, but that notwithstanding, that matter has been corrected and we have a stricter policy in place to make sure that doesn't happen again. There's no other loosely administered policies that we have here at the city.
Recently, the water rates for WID 1 and WID 2 were increased. The percentage of the schedule fee goes towards the payment of principal and interest on the outstanding bond in bulk. Does that also go towards those fees that we're collecting from WID 1 and WID 2 customers to pay off the Balding Mesa Water District? Yes or no?
So we're on the commercial demand schedule. Can you speak to where on this document you're referencing?
Yeah, well, it was pertinent to commercial demand 8.3, but that does not fall. It's a different question. So I'll recant. And in terms of only yet very costly, that's my last part for what we're talking about loosely administered. It happened once too many times. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. At this
You're
time,
welcome.
a motion is in order for the council and the council acting in its various boards of directors to approve action on consent calendar.
So moved.
Items 2 through 13 in accordance with the recommendation presented on the agenda. We have a first by Member
Second.
Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
No on 7 and 11 for lack of clarity.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no on item 7 and 11.
Okay. So when we take our votes, it's simply a yes or a no or aye or a no. All right, thank you. So now we're going to
Not
move
according
on
to me.
to Member Gomez has not been recognized.
Neither
by the
have
chair.
you.
Does she wish to be recognized?
I don't need to be recognized, but you have made my
Member
comments
Gomez,
clear.
moving on. Our next business in order is written communications, beginning with item number 14.
Would you please repeat what you just stated?
And that is discussion and possible action on establishing a community revitalization and investment authority and its governing board.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And so, Mr. Messer, I'm going to ask you to tee this up, and then the chair is going to make a request to bifurcate this into two separate pieces for motions. So if you can go ahead and tee up the item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Staff is actually excited to bring this item before you. This is an item where we would like to discuss with you via presentation an opportunity that exists for where we could actually create a tool very similar to what redevelopment once was. I think in some places, we're calling this redevelopment 2.0, a reincarnated version of what we once had, which is effectively a tax increment financing tool really intended to revitalize and redevelop certain neighborhoods and communities that are experiencing economic and physical blight. It's our desire to pursue this type of program in the Old Town area. It's one tool of a number of tools that we believe are necessary to have a fighting chance at redirecting where that part of our community is going. So with that, the author on this item is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. He has a brief introduction to share with you of the consultant that has been advising us on this matter, and they do have a presentation to share with this council.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Webb.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, fellow council members. I just wanted to give a little bit more background on kind of how we arrived here. In early 2019, the Old Town Specific Plan went into effect. That's the land use regulatory tool or the zoning for Old Town, over 400 acres. We realized when we put this plan in place that the plan itself won't revitalize Old Town. So within the plan, there's a list of a lot of implementation tools. One of them is to seek financing tools. So we were lucky to secure a state grant called the SB2 Planning Grant to fund the exploration and hopeful adoption of a CREA. And you may remember Hida Mosesman from our last meeting. She's the senior director at Harrison Associates. We were lucky enough to obtain her services for the general plan update to our housing element, but we've also been able to secure her services for this CREA exploration. And she has a wealth of knowledge in redevelopment financing, and we're happy to have her, and she's gonna lead us through the presentation today. So I'll hand it off to Hida.
Thank you. And before we begin with that, so council members, you each have a hard copy of the PowerPoint before you if you're so inclined to take notes so that you can ask whatever questions you wish at the end of the presentation. With that said, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Mosesman.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Good evening. I have a presentation to share with you. I'm going to get that teed up, and hopefully everybody can see that well. If not, please let me know. And thank you for the nice introduction, Scott. As Scott said, my name is Hita Mosesman. I'm a senior director with Harrison Associates, and I'm here this evening to provide a presentation on what's called a Community Revitalization Investment Authority and also Community Revitalization Investment Area. They're two similar but sort of different things as well. Just topics for this evening are some introductions and then a description of what a Community Revitalization Investment Area and Authority is in terms of the eligibility, the implementation, and the governing body, which is board, what the city's goals are in terms of documentation that we've obtained to date, talking about the county participation in a CREA, which would be pretty important in terms of the financing of the CREA. We ran some initial financial projections that are called tax increment projections, and I'll describe exactly what I mean by tax increment as well as part of this presentation. And then talking about next steps should the council choose to pursue a CREA. So to start, as Scott mentioned, we've been working with him and Daisy Kawasaki in the planning department. And then the Harris team is myself leading this as a principal in charge and a project manager with Harris named Dima Galkin. So to explain what a CREA is, it's not something that is probably talked about a whole lot as it's relatively new. There was a state law that was passed in 2015 that allowed for CREAs. And the reason that was important is that CREAs allow for something called tax increment financing, which I will describe in detail as part of this presentation. Almost every state in the country utilizes tax increment financing to fund revitalization, infrastructure, and other types of important public improvement projects. We had a tool in the state of California called redevelopment, which was essentially a tax increment tool. However, it was eliminated in 2012 as a result of the state budget crisis. And there wasn't a tool for about 3 years until the CREA was passed by state law. The CREA is really one of very few tools that local governments have to generate revenue for revitalization, for improvements, and also to fund affordable housing, which is very important as we're experiencing a housing crisis. And many cities in the SCAG region are preparing their housing element updates with their allocation of quite a large number of affordable housing units to plan for. So the CREA allows some financing towards that end. Tax increment financing is a very interesting concept. It sounds like an increase in taxes. It is absolutely not. Tax increment financing does not involve any kind of special assessment, special tax, or any increase in someone's property tax. In California, the way all property is taxed or assessed, whomever owns property pays a tax to the county, no matter what county they live in, no matter what type of property they own. Everybody, pays taxes. What tax increment essentially is a way to establish an area to look at the total assessed valuation as determined by the county assessor in each county, in this case, San Bernardino County. And then any increases in assessed value that are determined by the county assessor as a result of new development or a transfer of property, the property tax is paid on that increase in assessed value. That is really what tax increment is. So for example, in the Old Town area, if there's a vacant lot and that vacant lot has a current assessed value of $100,000, if the CREA were to be established and that vacant lot was then bought by a developer who saw that there's going to be some revitalization, some investment in the Old Town area, and that developer built a commercial property there, and the resulting assessed value of that property was $1 million. There would be, whereas there was 1% of 100,000, so there was $1,000 being paid in property taxes on that same piece of property. After the development, there would be $10,000 a year property taxes paid on that property as a result of the assessed value going up through no increase in taxes. It's through the increase in the assessed value that the county assessor then performs, whether it's in a CREA or it's not. This is just something that happens to all property in California, according to the State Board of Equalization. So that increase from $1,000 a year in property tax to $10,000 a year property tax, that represents $9,000 more than was previously being paid. That $9,000 is the tax increment. So it's basically the property taxes that are paid as a result of increases in assessed value, not any type of special assessment or tax, that then the city can retain and use to reinvest in the area. The graphic in front of you shows that baseline property value. So that would represent what that vacant lot would be part of. And then the light blue area in the triangle above, that would represent the extra $9,000 in property taxes that would be paid as a result of a developer building a commercial property on a vacant lot, and the increase in property tax revenue coming in on that piece of property to the county assessor as part of the regular tax bill payment process. Once the CREA is finished and it can run for 45 years, what you have is very much higher assessed values than you had to start with. So that's really basically the foundation of tax increment financing, which is what the CREA provides. And as the city manager had mentioned, CREAs are very similar to redevelopment areas. Redevelopment areas had additional powers and had the ability to collect additional revenues. So we wanted to make it clear sort of what the CREA is in comparison to a redevelopment project area for those of us that have been around long enough to experience redevelopment. So RDAs in this slide represent redevelopment areas, and then you have the CREAs, and we have sort of a list of things that are legal requirements and abilities under each. So both CREAs and RDAs allow for tax increment financing, which I just described. However, under a redevelopment area, taxing entities, which taxing entities all have a part of the property taxes that are paid. If you imagine a pie, the city has a slice of the pie, the county has a slice, the school districts have a slice. Each taxing entity receives a percentage share of property taxes paid on all property. With redevelopment, taxing entities had to opt out of having their share of property taxes, the increase, go to the redevelopment agency. If they didn't want that to happen, they had to opt out. However, with CREAs, everyone automatically is opted out, and taxing entities would have to then opt in and have to agree to be part of the CREA and agree to give a portion of their tax rate or a portion of the property taxes generated from their tax rate to invest in the area. With RDAs or redevelopment areas, there was a requirement for 20% affordable housing set aside. With CREAs, that's an increase to 25%. And one important note about the taxing entities and opting in and out, I want to emphasize that any educational entity, a school district, community college district, they are not allowed to opt in. It's prohibited by law. So really, it's just the remaining non-educational entities that can participate, which I'll be reviewing on the next slide to give you an idea of what that looks like. So we went and looked at county data to look at who are the taxing entities within the Old Town specific plan area. And this slide really represents what that list looks like. So there's, of course, the city and the county, which have higher tax shares than many of the other taxing entities. Special districts like your water agency and the Desert Resource Conservation District. And then as you can see, the remaining taxing entities are really those educational entities that really represent about 64% of the tax rate share. And then the remaining 36% is the city, county, and the special districts. So that 36% is really what can be utilized for tax increment for the CREA. This chart, and I won't go into too much detail here unless there are questions at the end, but just sort of to illustrate the difference in the amount of revenue that can be retained by a CREA versus a redevelopment area, meaning the CREA really does, because the educational entities are not allowed to opt in, there is just a lower amount of revenue than you had under redevelopment. The first column here represents the regular property tax distribution, no redevelopment, no CREA, just the way that it sort of looks. And as you can see, school entities that are the striped blue and white portion of that bar, they represent that larger portion of the 1% property tax. And then you have the city, county, and special districts. So that's just your regular property tax bill, just like the table that I just reviewed. The second column represents under redevelopment, which we don't have anymore, but you can see how lucrative that was for local governments. The agency tax increment share, which is the light blue, that's how much the city would be able to retain as the redevelopment agency. So it was more than 60%. But you can see that it really was a large portion of the educational entity share, which is no longer allowed. So under the CREA, the third column over, this would be the revenue share for just if the city were the only entity to opt in. So you can see that it looks very much like the first column with the regular property tax distribution, because it really just represents the city's share at 19%. However, the last column over shows the CREA with the city and the county participating. The county has a share that's almost equal to the cities. And so that light blue area that's really the tax increment, it goes up because we have a dedicated portion of the county share in addition to the city share, yet they still do get property tax revenue from the CREA area as designated in the light green in that chart. So to talk about what CREAs are for and what they can fund, they actually fund quite a number of different projects and improvements, infrastructure, affordable housing, as I mentioned, which is very critical in this age that we're in, but also hazardous substance remediation, retrofitting. CREAs can acquire and transfer property. They can issue bonds, borrow money, and receive financial assistance. They can make loans and grants to property owners and provide direct assistance to businesses, including improvements to property. State law does dictate what the eligibility requirements are, and we've summarized those on this slide. So the CREA area itself, which is the area rather than the authority, must meet at least one of three criteria. The first criteria is that 80% of the CREA area has to have, in terms of the residents there, an annual median household income that is less than 80% of the statewide median. So a lower household income than what you have on average over the state, as well as three of the following four characteristics. So unemployment that is higher than the state median, at least 3% higher, crime rates that are at least 5% higher than the statewide median, deteriorated infrastructure or inadequate infrastructure, and deteriorated commercial or residential structures. CREAs can also be formed for former military bases with deteriorated infrastructure and buildings, and CREAs can be formed, lastly, in areas that are designated as disadvantaged communities by the California State Environmental Protection Agency. So the area that we have analyzed for the CREA is depicted on this slide. And it's basically, it matches almost exactly the boundaries of the Old Town Specific Plan area, with a few exceptions on land that is not developable. So as you can see, there are a number of different sort of lines that designate areas on this map. The red is the proposed CREA project, which is the Old Town area. And the yellow and the purple lines signify census blocks and tracts, because the data that needed to be analyzed to determine eligibility on item number one, which is the median and the unemployment and the crime, et cetera, that had to be looked at on a census tract and block level. So this is sort of the mapping that we utilized to be able to analyze the eligibility of the Old Town area as a potential CREA. There's one other type of tax increment district that was allowed at the time that CREAs were established in 2015, and those are called enhanced infrastructure financing districts. They really are just another form of tax increment, and they really focus pretty primarily on just infrastructure improvements. And we have 4 examples of recent EIFDs, as they're called, that have been approved in the last several years. The city of Placentia, where the County of Orange pledged 46% of its share within the EIFD area that looks very much like a CREA area with the boundaries. West Sacramento, which is a unique city because they have a 48% share of the property tax rate, which is not common for most cities in California. The city of Laverne, where LA County pledged 50% of its share within the CREA area. And then the city of San Francisco, which again is unique because it's a city and a county together. So the cooperation was a little easier to coordinate there. A board called the CREA Board, or the Community Revitalization Investment Authority, needs to be established to be able to adopt a CREA area. The CREA Board is made up of 3 members of City Council, as appointed by the City Council, and also 2 members of the public that live or work within the boundaries of the CREA area that you saw on the map depicted in red. City councils have the latitude to apply additional criteria if they choose. Looking at some of the goals for the Old Town area, which is something that we talked with city staff about as sort of at the beginning of the process of analyzing the Old Town area, we really kind of drilled it down to 3 primary goals. Number 1 was to address homelessness. The city is already taking strides with the planned wellness campus, but the CREA does allow for a 25% set aside for affordable housing that could be used for things like a permanent supportive housing project, which is different than transitional shelters. It provides a permanent housing solution, and it typically provides in-house or services that are brought in for residents. It can also, or the city would also like to focus on the CREA to fund infrastructure as identified in the Old Town specific plan, as the city did undertake quite a comprehensive process to identify what would be needed in the Old Town specific plan area. And also really to brand and identify the CREA area as the Victorville Revitalization Zone, which the CREA would really be a major step in branding the area as an area that the city would like to invest in, and sort of put out the alert to the development community and the investment community that this is an area that the city would like to see investment happen, and would like to pursue tax increment as a way to incentivize that. Other incentives that the city could consider in addition to the CREA to sort of wrap it together to really attract development would be to look at development impact fee, either deferrals, waivers, or reductions for desired projects to be in the area. Also to provide extra assistance with plan checking. Maybe sales tax sharing might be an option for certain types of businesses, as well as looking at inclusionary housing and implementing that to achieve housing goals in the CREA area. So as I had mentioned before, a large component of the CREA in order to ensure success would be the county's participation and opting into this process. And so I would think that the question might be, why would the county want to participate? Why would they want to dedicate part of their tax share within this area? And I think there are really 3 important reasons why they would want to. So my firm did an analysis where we looked at the amount of growth that the Old Town area has experienced over the last 10 years. And what we found is that the growth rate's been about 2%, which is fairly low, as the rest of the city has grown by about 4%. And this is annual growth over the last 10 years. So it's a reduced amount of growth in the Old Town area. So the county, basically, when the growth is low, the county gets less property taxes, just like every other taxing entity. So when we looked at the establishment of a CREA and looked at realistic development assumptions with the advent of a CREA, because of the increase in new development that would occur as a result of the CREA, even if the county dedicated a share of their property tax, they would still come out ahead, up to about 75% of dedicating their share to the Korea area. They would be no worse off at 75% than they are now under the current growth assumptions without the additional investment. So we believe that this would be a compelling argument to engage the county in conversation, that this is an area that, you know, has not experienced a lot of growth, but with that growth, with a little bit of investment on the county's part, could experience enough growth to where the county would not lose any revenue over what they are receiving today. It would also be an important milestone because this would be actually the first CREA ever adopted in the state of California. It's a fairly new phenomenon. And as I said, there have been other tax increment districts, but they've been very focused on transportation and infrastructure. And it would also, I think, appeal to the county to have Victorville, you know, already there's a focus on addressing homelessness in the city through the housing element, through the wellness center in particular. As Victorville is addressing this issue locally, it really does reduce the demand for county services and for funds, because it really does fall on counties because they get the primary share of the funding from the state to address homelessness. Any city that's becoming more independent and really contributing and investing in those solutions really does benefit the county with less demand on services and revenues. So as I said, we did run some numbers and we looked at tax increment projections. I'll go over these first two slides pretty briefly. These are more of a visual illustration. So this really, this would be your worst case scenario. If the CREA was adopted and that there would be no new development, and we looked at growth rates about what they are right now, which is what I said, about 2% a year. This is about the growth you would see over 45 years, which is the term that you could collect tax increment for a CREA for 45 years before it would be done. So as you can see, it's minimal growth, and it tops out between $200,000 and $400,000 annually in the final years. However, looking at the traffic study new development assumptions as part of the Old Town specific plan, and also looking at the housing element and the new development assumptions there from the site inventory, we came up with some realistic development assumptions. And you can see it's quite a bit more revenue when you do put in those realistic development assumptions. And you can see that we've done scenarios at different levels of county participation, anywhere from 0, they're not going to participate at all, which is the yellow line at the bottom, all the way to best case scenario, which is 100% participation, where you're seeing by year 45 an annual revenue coming in of over $1.4 million in your best case scenario there. So looking at revenue over 45 years and what will it be in 45 years can, you know, sometimes it doesn't mean as much as, you know, what are we talking about and how much revenue could we be expecting, you know, relatively within the next, you know, 10 to 20 years as opposed to year 45. So we did a calculation of what the average annual revenue would be for the CREA, both under the worst case scenario, which is the blue bar that you see. This is the no new development, the 2% increase a year, and also at what we believe are realistic development assumptions given our sources. And those would be the yellow bars at various levels of county participation. And you can see with the county participation levels, the average revenue is anywhere from $400,000 per year to close to $800,000 per year. So it's quite a bit more with the county's participation. And that's why we've highlighted the importance of engaging the county in discussions about the CREA. So in terms of next steps, before you tonight would be a couple of actions: to nominate and appoint 3 city council members as board members to the CREA board, and also confirm procedures to select the 2 members of the public to serve on the CREA board as well. And then in terms of future meetings after tonight, the next step from there would be to select your 2 members of the public based on the application process. At a future meeting, authorized a draft CREA plan that outlines the eligibility, how the CREA area meets that eligibility, and what the implementation plan would be for the revenues that are projected. What would that money be spent on, and what would the timing be there? And then lastly, to hold a public meeting and at least 3 public hearings. This is required by law that be held to take public input on the CREA, as well as the implementation of the CREA. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you might have on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we do that, Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation? Mr. Laws is not recognized. You may not. We've already had our public comment period. Thank you, Mr. Laws.
Discussion and possible.
Thank you. Mr. Laws is not recognized. So go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Staff recommends the following actions: that the successor agency adopt SA Resolution SA 21-002, adopting certain findings of facts related to the creation of a community revitalization and investment authority, that the City Council adopt resolution number 21-017, forming a community revitalization and investment authority, establishing procedures for the selection of members of the public to serve as members of the governing board thereof, and making certain findings and taking certain actions in connection therewith, and that the City Council nominate and appoint 3 of its members to the newly created Victorville Community Revitalization and Investment Authority Board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, members, we're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification. We'll begin with Member Gomez.
So it's my understanding then that there's only 4 meetings per year minimum. Is that correct?
I can answer that question.
Let's go ahead.
What the state law requires is that the 4 meetings be held to adopt the CREA. And so the idea would be that the members of the public would represent some of the public interests on the board in terms of decision making. All the CREA meetings would be open to the public and have that transparency.
So once again, minimum 4 meetings per year. Is that what it interprets to?
And I apologize for not being more clear. The 4 meetings are a one-time occurrence to adopt the CREA plan itself. So it would be in the first year of adoption, you would have the 4 meetings. After that, the CREA board will meet on a regular basis to implement the CREA, but there are no requirements in state law about the frequency of those meetings.
Okay. If the bill was enacted in 2015, what was the reason for its delay of 5+ years in pursuing Senate Bill 2's legislative intent?
I can answer that with what I believe based on my experience. I think that it has been in the first couple of years, it was a challenge for cities to obtain county participation. But the good news is that because there have been several EIFDs, or enhanced infrastructure financing districts, that have been successful in obtaining county participation, it's my belief that there will be more of these tax increment districts now that the first ones have been completed and it's more of the norm. I think the newness of that process was a little bit challenging.
Okay, and the next one is, how is property tax revenue sharing a potential disadvantage to those property owners who do not want to opt in housing using their property values when increased?
So tax increment financing is very difficult. It's challenging to describe. So any property tax increase that would occur would not be as a result of being in the CREA. It would be as a result. So California state law, Proposition 13, there's either the CPI or a 2% increase applied to all real property, even if there's no new development or no sale of property. So there's always at least some type of increase, and that's instituted by the county assessor. So any increase in property taxes would actually be instituted by the county assessor, and the city has no power to do that. And it would be as a result of new value added to the property because of new development. So there would be a enhanced structure or a new structure that the county assessor would then come out and appraise, and they would designate the assessed value of that property as higher because there was an improvement done to the property. Also, you have the situation where if someone sells their property, say they bought their house 30 years ago and the property tax they were paying was very low, and then they sold it and left, and then the new owner of that property would then be paying a higher amount of property taxes because the property tax is based on the sales price. So the sales price would dictate the assessed value. So it's really, really tied to assessed value, which the city has no power or authority to change. It's only the county that can do that through either an appraisal from new development or of sale of the property, and it's based on the price that the buyer paid for the property.
And do the criteria enumerated in slides number 10 go hand in hand with the affordability of household elements?
Ms. Gomez, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, will you stop the clock? Mr. Laws, there's no discussions going on during the audience during this time. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Gomez.
Do the criteria enumerated in slide 10 go hand in hand with the affordability of the household elements? Well, meaning, let me rephrase that. Recently, we had the housing element workshops. Does this go hand in hand in regards to our discussion tonight?
I would say it's not tied to that. I mean, I think that what the criteria from slide 10, which is, looking at the annual median household income, I mean, that was data that was reported in the housing element that came from SCAG. It's what's called pre-certified data. HCD pre-certifies it and says you should use this in your housing element under your housing needs for information. There wasn't any crime that was discussed, crime rates in the housing element. We really didn't discuss infrastructure because that's typically not a part of the housing element. There's a very general discussion of infrastructure that's in a different section, not in the needs section. And we didn't get into a detailed discussion about the condition of property either. It was more based on the housing needs at different levels of affordability. So it does sound like it's very similar because we're talking about median household income, but they're a little bit of two separate things. I think the CREA focuses on is an area in need of investment. Is it lagging behind in terms of the economic viability of that area, which is different than the need for housing at different levels of affordability.
And then in terms of the revenue retention, how are property owners affected by not having that voluntary decision to opt out or opt in? And I believe you said it's not their choice, it's the assessor's choice and the city has no control. Is that the same response?
Well, so, and hopefully this illustrates it better. So if let's just say hypothetically, the CREA went forward and nothing for a property owner would change in any way in terms of how they pay their taxes. Any owners of property get their tax bill in the mail from the county assessor. So the city's not involved in that. And then they get their due date and their amount that they have to pay. That would all be exactly the same. They would send their tax bill into the county assessor, and then the county distributes the property taxes paid based on the different shares of the property tax that I showed in the table on slide 7. So the city gets about 19%, the county gets about 17%, school districts get about 4%. It's the county that allocates the property taxes to the different taxing entities. Under the CREA, what would happen is if the county participated and the city was participating, the city would get its share of property taxes from the Old Town area, just the same as it always is. However, the line item would be different. It would be removed from the larger share of what they get for the whole city as a whole. It would be the same amount, but it would just be identified as a separate line item. And then a portion of the county's share of property taxes, the increase in the growth in property taxes in the CREA area would also be added on to the city's share. So the property owner wouldn't be aware of there wouldn't be any increase to the property owner. There would not be an additional tax bill. And so everything would function the way that it does now. What it allows is for the city to have the county invest in the revitalization of the area. So it really wouldn't affect property owners, except actually on the positive, if there are businesses, if people own business property in the CREA, the city can actually assist them financially. If there are property owners that want assistance to develop their properties, the city can assist them financially because they're in the CREA.
And why are the schools related entities banned or not allowed to participate in CREAs?
That was a state decision. And that kind of gets into school district finance. I don't want to bore you too much with that, but basically because of Proposition 13 that limited property tax growth in the state to the 2% a year, which would still be in effect under the CREA. The CREA would not change that in any way. People would not have increases in their property taxes unless you develop your property or sell it. And that happens anyway, whether you're in a CREA or not. That's just the county assessor does that. But the state, what happens is with the 2%, with the Prop 13, the state backfills school districts that don't have enough money to operate. And so under redevelopment, when there was this opt-out situation, the state found itself having to backfill more school districts because tax increment was going to invest in areas that were blighted. And so a school district share would go in with part of that. So the state determined that they were okay with tax increment financing, but because the state is financially responsible for school districts that do not have enough property tax revenue, that's why they prohibited school districts from being part of that because of the impact to the state itself.
And how does the pledge shares of the cities and percentage aid in the CREAs based on those same percentages? So the higher the pledge, the more the benefit of shares. You gave examples of different cities.
Yes. So, and you saw that in Placentia, it was 46%. In Laverne, it was 50%. So those would be the county's pledge of share. So the city would pledge its entire share within the CREA as part of the tax increment. The county would pledge a portion. We have yet to see a county pledge 100%. However, one, I think, important thing to note about Victorville's situation is the focus on homelessness and the actions that the city is taking, not only to prevent it, but to address some of the issues with the wellness center in particular. And so those are really priorities that are both on the city and the county level. And so it appears that because it's such a focus right now, and because a lot of the funding really does fall to counties, that they may be interested in devoting a higher share because it's mutually beneficial to both entities.
Thank you. I have no further questions. I thank you for being very detailed.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're
Mayor
welcome.
Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, Ms. Mosesman, is that how you pronounce your last name, ma'am?
Yes.
I want to just thank you so much for a very thorough and in-depth presentation. I was getting caught on the tax, opting in. So you did a really wonderful job explaining that. I got caught up, but I think I get a clear picture. I just have one quick question. I believe you mentioned some other possible alternatives aside from a CREA. Did you, or did I think I heard something, but I didn't hear it? Did you mention them? If you did, can you quickly just restate them so I can jot them down and keep them in my information file, please?
Of course, yes. No, you're remembering correctly. It's called an Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. And it is, yes.
That's where you mentioned Placentia, West Sacramento, San Francisco?
That's correct.
Okay.
Those are,
Go ahead. You don't have to comment. I was with you on that portion of the presentation. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I just wanted to also state that the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing Districts, as the name suggests, they're really very focused on infrastructure. And there's usually not an affordable housing component as part of that. I know in Placentia, there was a joint city-county project that had to do with public transportation. And so really the focus of those EIFDs is purely infrastructure.
I understood that distinction during the presentation. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra.
Yes. Once a proposed area of the CREA is set, is it set in stone or it can change?
It is set. My understanding is that the CREA area would have to be amended to change it, and it would have to go through the same eligibility analysis, as well as the same public meeting and public hearing requirements, as well as the plan to discuss what kind of revenues would be generated and what the plan would be for the expenditure of those revenues.
Okay. This question is from Mr. Metzler. Do you see the amount of tax increments downtown where they're showing us in the proposed area enough to sustain what's going on down there right now?
It's my view currently that we certainly could use more. I'm not convinced that this is enough, which is why part of the recommendation is to create some form of economic revitalization zone where this would be one of a number of tools that could be used to facilitate and encourage revitalization in Old Town.
So this would be in addition to budget, in addition to additional budget funds.
In addition to other programs that we would have to decide how to fund.
Okay. And again, just to be sure, just to make sure everyone understands, the city of Victorville has nothing to do with our property tax value as property owners, correct? That is all done at the assessor's office in the county of San Bernardino, Mr. Webb?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. No further questions, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Becerra. So Ms. Mosesman, I have a question on slide number 6. You talk about under CREA, there's 25% affordable housing set aside. Can you explain that in a little more detail?
Definitely. So all the revenue that would be generated by the CREA from the city's share and the county share, 25% of that total revenue annually would have to be set aside in a separate and distinct fund for affordable housing. And that money can be used for, to provide, as it's amassed, subsidies for affordable housing projects. It can be utilized to acquire land, to provide a different type of subsidy for an affordable housing project, which is to dedicate land to the project, which helps the financial feasibility of affordable housing, and it helps increase the number of units in the community.
Great. All right. And then just one other question. If we were to form a CREA, does that help? I mean, could it help in any way when we're applying for grants in the future? I mean, does it look good in our proposals for grants?
I believe that it does. CREAs can actually apply for grants themselves. Okay. And this is a relatively new, I know 2015 does seem like a long time ago, but I think for a new tool like this, and EIFDs have just kind of gotten up and running, to be honest, in the last couple of years. I believe that there will be funding opportunities that are specific to CREAs. It allows for an additional funding source the city could potentially not apply for on its own without having the CREA. It's a separate entity aside from the city council that has its own board that would be eligible for special types of funding.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, the chair has no further questions. And proceeding on from the questions, if we look at the recommendations laid out on the agenda, council members, you'll see that we have points 1 and 2, and then point 3. And point 3 is specifically to make the appointments of the 3 members of the council to a CREA, presuming that we create a CREA. So if we were to take up all 3 of those, it would be a bit wieldy to do it at the same time. So the chair is going to invite a motion to bifurcate the recommendation into 2 parts. The first and second part to develop the CREA and adopt the resolution. And then if we get to that, then we would undertake the appointment process. So if anyone agrees, could you please say so moved?
So moved.
Okay, we have a
Second.
first, we have a first and a second. Any discussion on that?
Yes.
So thank you, Mr. Laws, that we've had, it's, Mr. Laws, hold on for just a moment. So our public comment period, Mr. Laws, you're out of order at this point. So hold on and let me explain it. So our public comment period process is not on every item. It's at the beginning of the meeting, and we've gone beyond that point. So at this time, we're not going to have public participation. So this item is before the council at this time. Thank you, Mr. Laws. All right, so we have a first and a second. Go ahead, Ms. Gomez. You had comments on the pending motion?
Yes. Let me catch my thought because I forgot what I was going to say.
Sure.
Oh, yes. What was the reasoning behind you're not bifurcating it? Made it seem like instead of 2, you're going to place them into 3 different items, but I don't know for clarity's sake if it was 2 or 3 items that we're going to vote on, and what was the reasoning behind doing that portion of it?
Sure, and I apologize, evidently I wasn't clear enough. So the motion that's before us now is to vote on points 1 and 2 on item 14, and that's to for the successor agency to create the CREA and adopt the resolution. And then if we get to that point, then we'll take up separately the requisite appointment of 3 of the members to that board.
Okay, and then what was the reasoning for doing
Yeah,
that?
it's just too wieldy to do it all at once.
Okay,
It's not
thank you.
effective or efficient. Okay, so we have a first and a second. Is there any further discussion on the pending motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
So at this point, the successor agency to the redevelopment agency and the city council is going to take up points 1 and 2. Is there a motion to adopt staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Thank you. We have a
Second.
first. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a first and a second. We're now going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the successor agency to the redevelopment agency and the council have adopted staff's recommendation as to points 1 and 2 on item number 14. We're now going to move to point 3. And this is that the city council nominate and appoint 3 of its members to the newly created Victorville Community Revitalization and Investment Authority Board. With that said, we're going to follow the process that we have in the past for appointments to boards and committees. And so the chair opens, we're going to take each seat. There's 3 seats. We're going to take each seat separately. Chair opens the nomination period. Are there any nominations?
I nominate myself.
Thank you. Member Gomez is nominated.
Madam Mayor, I nominate the mayor.
Thank you. The chair accepts and is nominated. Further nominations? Further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Gomez,
For myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones.
Myself. Thank you. So the mayor is appointed. Moving on to seat number 2, the chair opens nominations.
Madam Mayor, I nominate Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you accept the nomination?
I do indeed.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem is nominated.
I nominate myself.
Thank you. Member Gomez is nominated. Further nominations? Further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Mayor Pro Tem Mayor Irving.
Councilmember Gomez,
Councilmember Gomez.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Myself.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving receives majority vote.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, congratulations. Moving on to seat number 3. Chair opens nominations.
Mayor, I'd like to,
Myself,
Thank you. Member Gomez is nominated.
Mayor, I nominate Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you. Further nominations? Further nominations? No further nominations. The chair closes the nomination period. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Myself?
Councilmember Gomez,
for Councilmember Gomez.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Councilmember Becerra.
Mayor Jones.
Councilmember Becerra.
Councilmember Becerra received majority vote.
Thank you. Member Becerra is appointed. Congratulations. We're now going to move on to item number 15. This is award of construction agreement to FC and Sons Roofing Incorporated for the Unity Hall asbestos removal and re-roof project CC21-116. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is an award of contract associated with a facility that's known to some of us as the old Bank of America building right there at 7th Street, adjacent to St. Joan of Arc Church. This project was scoped some time ago as necessary to keep the facility in use, the roof project. However, the scope of work expanded when asbestos was identified. And with that, the funds originally allocated to this project weren't sufficient. So this item actually brings forward the use of 3 years worth of CDBG awards to actually fund the scope requisite to improve the roof at that former Bank of America building. So with that, the author on this item is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. He's available for any detailed questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council award a construction agreement to FC and Sons Roofing Incorporated in the amount of $152,000 for St. Joan of Arc's Unity Hall re-roof project CC 21-116 located at 15500 7th Street in the city of Victorville.
Thank you. All right, we're now going to move into technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Becerra.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. What are the damages to the building accrued to in monetary terms?
There's been no damage done to the building as a result of the CDBG funding. The applicant requested these funds over a 3-year period to help improve the building.
Did you say that there are no damages?
I may have misunderstood your question, but it made it appear that as if some of the city had some role in the damages, but no.
No, that was not my interpretation. I'm sorry that you interpreted my question in that format. So let me restate it and I'll give you some context. So what are the damages to the building accrued to in monetary terms? So it's my assumption that the reason there's going to be monies appropriated for this building is because there's a roof that has been damaged due to unforeseen circumstances or to weathering or what have you. So when I asked that question, I wanted to see if you knew the response of how much money it would cost from beginning to end, including what we've already spent or what we're going to appropriate in tonight's meeting.
Thank you for that further explanation. I do understand now. Yes, this re-roof is due to weathering, just deterioration over the years. The funds that have been expended so far are only around $4,000 to test the roof to see if there was asbestos there. The additional funding, if this was to be awarded, would go to FC and Sons Roofing, and a total of $152,000 to completely re-roof and mitigate the asbestos.
Okay, so it's my understanding from the way you projected your response that to some regard, potentially there is no asbestos or there is asbestos. Would you clarify that for me?
There is asbestos, so yes.
Okay, and then the monies that are going to be pre-allocated, it almost seems like it was an experimental way of incurring to see if there were asbestos. That's what I had understood, but that's not what you meant to say. Is that correct?
In their first year of funding, we did an inspection and had a company test the roof for asbestos. So that wasn't something that was foreseen when the applicant originally applied for the funding.
Okay, so it was tested at that moment in time. We didn't know there was anything. Today, we know there is something, is what you're saying, and that's why the $4,000 is going to be applied to test to continue to see that it's there.
The test was already completed. That was done a couple of years ago.
Okay, and so there is damage when we're talking about asbestos. Correct?
The asbestos is something that just needs to be remediated. It's not technically, when you say the word damaged, I'd say it's just an older structure. It has asbestos in it, and it costs more to re-roof and properly remove the asbestos from the structure.
Okay, so I call it damage because that's my way of understanding that there's something that needs to be removed. If that's the inappropriate terminology, I don't know what other word to use, but I appreciate the clarification because there's a lot of doubt in your tonality. So it confuses me when I'm hearing words. So I need to be very clear as what I'm understanding, because I know you know your job, but I'm trying to understand and ascertain to cast a vote appropriately. Will the unforeseen work or the potential changes be brought back to the council, or will the city manager use his discretionary allotment of monies, meaning he has the power to allot under $50,000? Is that the way we're going to go? Do we know how that's going to go?
If the council were to approve this contract, that's the maximum amount of the contract. So they more than likely these funds would, there'd be a surplus of funds that would roll back into future year of CDBG funding.
Oh, okay, because it's my understanding in
You're
the
out
other
of time.
report that it was different. It's not the way you projected it, but I appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And the chair has none. Proceeding on from the questions, the chair invites a motion from the council
Councilwoman Gomez would like to move that motion as recommended by staff.
to adopt the recommendation. Member Gomez.
Second.
Member Gomez, is that to adopt the staff's recommendation?
Yes, I would like to move the motion as recommended by staff.
Okay. And we have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, ma'am.
Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Gomez.
No discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Thank you. Chair has no discussion on the pending motion. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 16. This is the local transportation fund claim for fiscal year 2019, 2020 in the amount of $504,253. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up the item, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is basically dealing with formalizing a claim that we have to file with the county for residual LTF or local transportation fund monies. In this particular case, LTF is actually a component from the quarter% of the overall sales tax collected and distributed. In this county, it's ideally spent first on mass transit. And in this particular case, mass transit has been funded. So this is residual. This is an amount that we actually estimated and identified as a part of our current budget. So this is, it's expected in our budget to receive this money. This item actually formalizes the actual claim with the county, I'm sorry, with San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, so that they actually deliver us those funds. The authors on this item is Mr. Matthews, your Director of Public Works and Water, and Mr. Gangler, your City Engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
That the city council authorize by minute action the filing of the LTF Article 8 claim form for fiscal year 2019 through 2020, requesting to receive an apportionment in the amount of $504,253.
Thank you. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates specifically to the staff report. We'll begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, how is this funding achieved? This is referring to the LTF funding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Of all sales tax collected in this area, there is a component, in this particular case, it's a $0.25 of the entire 8 3/4 that is dedicated for this type of purpose. So it's collected from the state Department of Tax and Fee Administration, then distributed to the County Transportation Authority, and then with this application from the County Transportation Authority to the city of Victorville.
And what role and purpose do LTF funds achieve besides roads and transportation, meaning the scope?
Yeah, pretty much just that. We've illustrated what those monies can be used to help offset. I can point you to page 340, which is the staff report, second page of the staff report. And there's a number of items on that summary, such as concrete, open spaces, emergency repairs, bus shelters. These funds can be used to help offset some of those expenses.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member
You're
Pro Tem Irving.
welcome.
Yes, I'm trying to follow along here. Quickly, once the funds are allocated to the Victor Valley Transit Authority, whatever's left over is allocated to the city, correct?
That's correct. It's available to the city. We just have to claim it.
So for June of 2019, we have some unprogrammed or monies out there. We're filing a claim because we've already received whatever was going to be allocated, but we want those additional funds. Am I following along? So we're filing a claim, right? Get that money.
We're filing the claim to get
Okay.
that money.
All
Correct.
right, I just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra. Thank you, and the chair has none. Going to move on from the questions to the motion, and so the chair invites a motion from the council. The staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a second by Member Gomez. Is there, we're not going to move to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Member Gomez on the pending motion.
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair has no discussion on the pending motion. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council's taken action in accordance with the recommendation set out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 17, utilization of supplemental law enforcement services fund monies to purchase a mobile command unit for critical incident operations in the city of Victorville. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. On an annual basis, we receive monies from the state of California. In this particular case, it's the Supplemental Law Enforcement Services grant money. And we've been accumulating those monies, and I believe the fund that we maintain has close to $1.5 million in it. And that money is available to be used to help support frontline law enforcement services. And so with that, we've identified a couple of projects. In this particular item, we're actually dealing with the Sheriff's Department's request and desire for a new mobile command unit that would help support its incident or serve as its incident command system. This is a unit that would actually be customized for law enforcement needs and replace a 2006 vintage trailer that had actually been modified from a residential travel trailer, not exactly fitting the custom needs of the Sheriff's Department when it's actually managing or operating out of the incident command system. So with that, this item has been brought forward by your captain, Mr. John Wickham. He's available for any more detailed questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council approve the expenditure I'm sorry, that the city council approve the expenditure of supplemental law enforcement services fund monies in an amount not to exceed $430,554.34 and authorize the attached resolution amending the annual budget for the purchase of a mobile command unit.
Thank you. All right, we're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
I just have a couple of questions. Mr. Metzler, is this going to be, and how do I want to say it, a self-moving trailer? Or is it going to have to be towed?
My understanding is that this is going to have to be pulled. Is that correct?
No, actually, it'll be a self-mobile vehicle.
Okay, and upon reading the bid, they're really looking at almost a year's build time on it?
I believe it's estimated at 240 days.
Okay. All right. Would it be city property or county property?
It will belong to the city for registration and insurance purposes. It will be transferred to San Bernardino County and then at the end of life returned to the city.
Okay. All right. That's it. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yeah, approximately what is the lifetime of this vehicle?
As long as we possibly can.
What does that mean? Would you be able to
can't-
reframe the long
I
as we
mean, I would
possibly
like to
can?
think that it would last a good 15, 20 years. But with the change in technology and it's hard to really predict that. Our current command post is a 2006. So if that kind of gives you any idea.
So it's the last one has lasted about 15, 16 years or so. This is a
Yes.
vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And what is this supplemental law enforcement services? And I'm requesting an explanation in terms of its purview of expenses in terms of an automobile.
This is California Assembly Bill AB 3229 that it was enacted in 1996 that provides funding to specifically for frontline law enforcement services, specifically for personnel, equipment, and programs.
And how much money is currently in that fund? Do we know? Oh, I think Mr. Metzler did mention like $1 million.
That is correct.
Does this fund have a fund number?
Yes. And it's in the fiscal impact to be Fund 270.
And how is this fund replenished?
Annually from the state of California.
And what is this term critical incident? And how are the current policies, laws, and other binding codes available for public review?
If I understand you correctly, the the equipment would be used for critical incidents, investigations, homicides, major crime scenes, God forbid, terrorist attacks, natural disasters.
So in other words, this vehicle will be on the road every day?
Not necessarily.
Approximately how often do we have that vehicle, the 2006?
Our current command post we just had out in the last couple of days. It's hard to give you an exact.
So is it out weekly?
It could be out weekly and there could be periods of time. Just depends on the needs and deployment.
So isn't there enough sufficient cause for this item to move forth without more future meetings in place?
Can you
So,
restate that
yes, I
question?
will. So if this were to be postponed, would there be viability to do so if that were the capability to have that done within a majority vote? Or is there an emergency that it's required today to have it or pass it today?
This has actually been moved from other agendas where we've had to request. So we'd most likely, if it does not pass, would have to go back out for bid.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
All right, and the chair has no questions on this item and invites a motion from the council.
Motion to approve staff recommendation for the purchase of this vehicle.
Motion second.
Oh, we have 2 seconds.
Okay, so we have a first by Member Becerra and,
Member Gomez.
okay, thank you, and a second by Member Gomez. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Becerra.
No further questions. or
Comments on the motion, all right. Member Gomez, comments on the pending motion?
Not currently.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem
You're
Irving.
welcome.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones,
Aye.
motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council is just taking action to adopt staff's recommendation. Moving on to item number 18, utilization of supplemental law enforcement services fund monies to conduct enhanced unlawful firearm possession investigations in the city of Victorville. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Using the same funding source just discussed in the previous item, this item actually proposes the appropriation of $100,000 to fund specialized investigations in this particular case, trying to priority focus on illegal firearms and eradicating those that we're finding out in the field and needing to reduce and eliminate ultimately. Staff report's been submitted by your police chief, Mr. John Wickham. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council approve the expenditure of supplemental law enforcement services fund overtime monies in the amount of $100,000 to conduct enhanced unlawful firearm possession investigations and authorize the attached resolution amending the annual budget.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Becerra.
Yes, Mr. Wickham, is this what they call ghost guns?
That is correct.
And ghost guns are legal in the state of California, at least what I've read, it's legal to purchase the parts and then put them together.
That is correct.
Now, can the city of Victorville make ghost guns illegal, or as long as they're legal in the state, we can't override them?
I believe with the state, they're working towards that, and even at most likely a federal level as well.
Okay.
Just to the local state restrictions. Unfortunately, our criminal community has gone to manufacturing their own firearms, which we've seen a huge increase countywide, not only most likely statewide. And a lot of these firearms, our deputies recover them day in and day out just on traffic stops, search warrants, and these weapons that have been used in shootings. So in an effort to combat our shootings and reduction in crime, especially violent crime, this will assist in our investigations and larger scale investigations as well.
Okay, but this could also, if someone gets a gun stolen from their home, this also is going to help out in that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. No, that's it. Thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes, what birthed this item?
I'm not sure I understand that.
Madam Mayor.
So to give birth as a mother to a child is the same concept and an analogy. So what really brooded this concept to be here today? What was the cause, and why weren't we hearing it back in 1996 if this was back then? Like, what is it new today that it requires attention?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the demands for our service have evolved quite dramatically since 1996. I think this item, the genesis of this item, has more to do with incidents and issues we're seeing out in the field, and above and beyond the baseline level of service that we've identified and memorialized in our Schedule A with the county sheriff. This is an issue, a developing issue that requires focused attention above and beyond what we've already contemplated in a baseline level of service under the Schedule A. So the genesis for that has been our police chief identifying special needs, special project requiring attention in the form of funds. And this item is being brought to you for that consideration.
Okay, thank you for your response. In the special needs and special projects has been something that has been ongoing in probably the few weeks ago or something like that, and then it's brooded to escalate to have the need to have this item here today. Is that what is being stated?
It's an issue that's drawn priority attention of your police chief, and it's been recommended that we prioritize. This is a special project to be funded.
A special project. Do we have anything more about special project? It almost seems like it's one project, but I don't know.
In this particular case, its focus is one project, which is focused on reducing the number of illegal firearms out in the streets.
Okay, and how does this policy infringe on the rights to bear arm?
Police chief, you want to take a stab at that?
Sure. Citizens have a right to bear arms legally. In this case, and our fundamental goal is to investigate persons that illegally possess firearms, use firearms, shootings, murders, and assaults with deadly weapons, and for public safety.
Okay, and this specific item has the word unlawful, but you use the term illegal. Both of these terms are very distinct from one another. Why did we not decide to use the word illegal? Why did we decide to use the word unlawful? And why does our discussion vary from what we have in front of us?
Well, I think it's clear that people understand what unlawful and what illegal refers to in terms of firearms.
Yeah, I beg to differ. That was my question because I don't understand the difference or the distinction between unlawful and illegal. But I have heard that there's a difference between unlawful and illegal. So I figured today's conversation would probably give me more insight. And so I was just wondering, why didn't we use unlawful firearms? Why didn't we use illegal firearms, but we use instead unlawful, but our discussion is based on illegalities? I appreciate your response. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're
Mayor Pro
welcome.
Tem Irving.
My issues have been addressed, so I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And the chair has no questions. I'm going to move on to a request for a motion. Council? To adopt staff recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, is there a
Second.
second? Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, I think we do have the right to bear arms, and that's a protection that a lot of us were going to continue to protect even at the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. The chair has no comments on the pending motion. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has taken action to adopt the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 19. This is the purchase of two 2500 kVA and one 3000/3750 kVA liquid filled pad mounted transformers for lot 19. Mr. Metzler, will you
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this is a developer-funded project, and this effectively is going to provide a service connection to Lot 19, which is approximately 850,000 square foot facility that's recently broken ground under construction at SCLA. So with the approval of this item tonight, this will allow staff to proceed in actually procuring those transformers, which are very much necessary to energize the facility when the actual facility is complete with its construction. The author on this item is your Director of Electric Utility Services, Ms. Brenda Hampton, and I believe she's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council approve a sole source arrangement with ABB Enterprise Software Incorporated for the purchase of electric utility distribution equipment and the purchase of two 2500 kVA and one 3000 3750 kVA liquid filled pad mountain transformer for lot 19 from ABB in the amount not to exceed $182,401.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to get into technical questions for clarification purposes. It relates to the staff report. Member Gomez, we're going to begin with you.
None for that item. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem
You're
Irving.
welcome.
No discussion, thank you.
Okay, Member Becerra, questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair has none and invites a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendations.
Second by Councilwoman Gomez.
Thank you. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Gomez. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Not at the moment.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
None.
Thank you. Chair has no discussion on the pending motion. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council's just adopted staff recommendation as set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 20. This is the General Services Provider Standard Agreement with Pacific Utility Installation Incorporated. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item just allows us to keep Pacific Utility Installation on board on an as-needed basis to provide us with professional services relative to the electric meters that we use for our utility or electric utility connections out at the airport and in Foxborough Industrial Park. So with that, again, the author on this item is your Director of Electric Utility Services, Miss Brenda Hampton. She is here and available to answer any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council approve a general services provider standard agreement with PUI in an amount not to exceed $40,000 for meter installation services.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification purposes, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No technical questions, thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
None.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not for the Pacific Utility Installation.
Thank you. And the chair has none and invites a motion from the council.
Move to accept staff recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Becerra. Move on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Chair has none. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Okay, so again, the council has taken action to adopt staff's recommendation. Moving on to item number 21. This is the lease of economic development property on former George Air Force Base by and between the United States Air Force and the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. In the original disposition from the Air Force to ultimately the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, property was transferred or was intended to be transferred in fee to the airport authority, most of which has been, but there is in effect some property that's still under U.S. Control and ownership and awaiting fee transfer to the airport authority. And so with that facilitating the use and operation by the airport authority of those properties, a lease has existed in place, a ground lease has existed in place since 1996 and actually had a 25-year term attached to it. There's a need to extend that lease, and effectively that's what this item does, extends the ground lease in place until such a time that final disposition in fee to the remaining properties can be delivered to the airport authority. The author on this item is your airport director, Mr. Eric Gray, and he is available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approves entering into a lease of economic development property on the former George Air Force Base by and between the United States of America and the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, and authorize the airport director to execute said lease.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification purposes, beginning with Member Becerra.
Mr. Metzler, with this agreement, it's still the Air Force is still responsible for cleanup of the base, correct?
Yes, all the contaminations that exist in the ground or in the groundwater, those are contaminations that the Air Force is responsible for. Hoping not to confuse things, there are some properties that have been transferred with some contaminants such as asbestos or dieldrin or aldrin that were pesticides used in the housing areas. Those are some properties that we inherited the responsibility for, but the big nasty stuff, the groundwater contamination, the soil contamination, other than those just mentioned, are the responsibility of the Air Force.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you. Excuse me, Member Gomez.
Yes. Tonight's item is about the ground lease that is being extended. What is the justification and the rationalization to maintain the two parcels to the same sales price that was done 25 years ago? And it's quoted on page 440, the proposed lease, two remaining parcels maintain the same sale price.
Yeah, that's correct. And that's because the sales price was originally agreed to as a part of the original disposition of the base to originally VITA, but effectively now the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority.
So in the contract, the lease can be modified. Did the city decide not to modify, but keep the lease intact?
We have decided that an extension is necessary, which is what this item does. The purchase price doesn't have any bearing on this item because that's already been established and agreed to and will be paid once the Air Force is in a position to actually convey fee title.
Okay, so the city wasn't in a position to negotiate the pricing to market value, right?
We were in a position back in the early 90s prior to this price being established. There was a very exhaustive and extensive negotiation. There was one point in time where the Air Force thought the base was worth, I believe, 28 million. Andre can confirm that for me, but ultimately that was negotiated down through a negotiated process to 1.8, and the values that you're seeing in this staff report are prices associated with what's left over to be transferred.
Okay, so did the negotiation insured for this item? You didn't negotiate this item differently than you did last time, despite the fact that the city did have that option too. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
There was no option to there was no option to
Mr. Laws is
renegotiate.
out of order. One moment, Mr. DeBortnowski. Mr. Laws, I'm going to ask you one last time to not interrupt the proceedings. This is a friendly caution. If you do it again, the chair is going to ask that you leave the meeting. Thank you.
The price was negotiated about 25 years ago, consistent with the then applicable BRAC rules for economic development conveyances. All we're doing is extending the lease. We're not changing the price terms that were negotiated.
Yes, so my question is, I understand that we're extending, but I'm asking if the city was in the position to renegotiate the pricing, not the extension of the 25 years. That's all I'm asking.
The answer is no.
They were not, you guys were not, so it had to stay the same because there's no negotiating powers, but yet it's in front of the city council is what I don't understand.
The negotiation of the sales price was a separate transaction from the lease transaction. We agreed upon a negotiated price 25 years ago. That price has not changed.
Okay, so today before us, do we have both of those concepts in front of us?
No, all you are doing is extending the lease on a small portion of the property that has not yet transferred.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions.
Thank you. The chair has none, and at this time invites a motion from the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors.
So moved.
Staff recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra?
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. So it's my understanding that a lease is negotiable, modifiable. So I'm not understanding the reasons why this is coming forth, but I'll take initiation in what you've stated.
The only reason it's coming forth is because the original lease had a 25-year term on it, and that is expiring, so we need to continue that ability to take down those properties.
Further discussion on the pending motion, Member Gomez?
No, no further discussion.
You, Chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
So the SCLAA Board of Directors has adopted staff's recommendation laid out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 22. This is the Measure I 5-year capital improvement plan. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item deals with your capital improvement program that actually has to be submitted to SBCTA. The author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council adopt resolution number 21-091 approving the Measure I 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 21-22 through 25-26.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to go into technical questions for clarification purposes, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes, what was the match requirement?
There is no match requirement on this. This is just a 5-year plan. It's a document that we use to help identify the improvements that we plan to complete over the course of the next 5 years. It's a planning document, not a financial document.
Yes, within the first pages of the report, it had the match requirement needed. So that's where my question stems from. Is there a grant writer in the fire department that assisted in receiving the award?
Madam Mayor, are we still on?
This is item number 22, Member Gomez.
Okay, I'm on 23. How faithful has the city been to the project dates on former CIP programs?
As faithful as possible, I would say. There are things that happen, things that potentially cause delays. But it's a plan and we try to stick to it the best we can.
From the last known CIP, how much of the projects have rolled over to this item? And can you go to there's an attachment where there's a bunch of line items, and I don't know if those are rollovers, they're new, or how that works.
I'm looking at the spreadsheet and it doesn't look like it categorizes specifically what is being rolled over. But it's likely if there are rollovers, it's going to be captured in the first set of green columns for the 21-22 fiscal year. Mr. Gangler, is there a way to decipher what's being rolled over from the previous fiscal year?
Actually, it's not broken out that way as what is a rollover. If there are funds that are reused in this current fiscal year, then they're just in the plan. They're part of the plan. So really you'd have to compare what was in the previous year's budget. And this plan follows the format that is required by SBCTA. So we basically have to fill the form out and submit it to them.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro
You're
Tem
welcome.
Irving?
No, this is just a document, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. No questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Yes, Mr. Gangler, thank you very much for the time and work that went into putting this document together. It was very well written, very well covered our city practically end to end. So thank you very much to you and the crew.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And the chair echoes Member Becerra's sentiments. And now the chair invites a motion on this from the council.
So move, follow staff recommendation.
Thank
Or
you.
accept the document.
Thank you. So we have a first by Member Becerra, and I think we have 2 seconds, and I didn't catch you. Okay, we'll have a second by Member Gomez.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And we'll move into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
None.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you. Chair has no discussion. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 23. This is the grant acceptance of the Department of Homeland Security fiscal year 2020 assistance to firefighters. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Once again, we've received a grant. In this particular case, it's the AFG grant in the order of $252,000 that'll be used to actually outfit all of our stations with new vehicle exhaust removal systems. It's a safety component that gets installed in the fire stations to help ensure that the vehicle exhaust isn't contaminating the living quarters of the firefighters. So with that, the author on this item is your Fire Chief, Mr. Jeff Armstrong. He's available for any technical questions or comments you might have on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
That the City Council accept the Department of Homeland Security fiscal year 2020 assistance to firefighter grant in the amount of $252,160.13. Adopt Resolution 21-090, approving additional revenue and expenditure appropriations in the federal grants fund in the amount of $252,160.13, and authorize the budget transfer of $25,216.01 in matching funds for a total project of $277,376.14.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification on the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, recently during a former presentation from a city employee, we heard about ARPA potential funding. Was this consideration of ARPA funds known then?
It was known then, but not identified as something we wanted to use ARPA funds for because we had this grant fund specifically available for these improvements.
So it's my understanding that we are using ARPA funds, which is the grant that you speak of.
ARPA funds, but not for this project.
Okay, so it's my understanding that for this project, we were using ARPA funds. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Yes, the chair has no questions. Invites a motion from the council.
Move to accept staff recommendations.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Gomez. We're going to get into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment. You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you. And the chair just wishes to say that we are happy to receive this grant. And I thank you for all the effort that went into doing this and bringing, again, very useful money to our city for good purposes. All right, discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council's taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 24. This is the request to purchase 3 Type 1 Pierce fire engine pumpers. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Known to us when we had taken over the fire department and undertook the transition was the condition of the equipment, including the apparatus. And we had identified for this council previously that we have apparatus that is older, it has miles and is requiring extensive amount of maintenance to keep reliable on the roads. So with that, we have identified in this particular case using ARPA funds the need to replace 3 of our frontline units. And one of the things that we wanted to do for you, if you'll indulge us in this particular item, is we've got a brief presentation from our fire chief making the decision to purchase 3 fire engines is not an easy decision, and it has a lot to do with actually considering the condition of all the equipment. We have identified as a part of our Measure P plan these fire engines, but this is actually an opportunity using ARPA to accelerate the purchase of these units, improve the condition of our fleet overall, and actually free up for other purposes some of the Measure P funding. So with that, we have a brief presentation from our fire chief, Mr. Armstrong, and he can kind of share with you what is an engine, what is a truck, what is a squad, give you a good perspective of the different rolling equipment that we have out in the field.
All right. Chief Armstrong, you're on. And members, you have a hard copy of the presentation in front of you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Mayor, if it's all right with you, I'll remain at my seat unless you want me to move to the podium.
It's whatever is convenient for you, sir.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So as the city manager alluded to, since arriving in Victorville, I kind of picked up the ball and ran with the apparatus challenge. And I've been trying to create a vision for our fire department, and a fire department who is responsive to the needs of the community. Of that, operational readiness is one of my #1 priorities. Major component of our operational readiness is the condition of our fleet. I'm committed to ensuring that your fire fleet is well maintained, reliable, and responsive to the needs of the community for responding to calls. Seeking to develop a plan that builds off the public safety plan for service maintenance and ultimately replacement of these apparatus. So tonight, if you'll indulge me, I'm going to go through briefly, and I will be conscientious of time. And I do want to just give you a current snapshot of where we're at with our current fleet. Starting with Medic Engine 311 is at our downtown station, our main station near the fairgrounds. If the council so is inclined to approve tonight's requests and approve this plan as presented, this apparatus will move to reserve status. It is recommended for replacement, but it will move to reserve status as it is aging, but it is still a good piece of equipment that can serve as a reliable reserve. And we'll discuss later in the presentation what a reserve fire engine is. This is Medic Truck 311. If you've heard us talk about a ladder truck, this is a quick snapshot of what that is. This is the only staffed ladder truck in the city. We do have mutual aid trucks surrounding us, but this is our only staffed ladder truck. Carries water specialized equipment and obviously is used for access to roofs, second stories, hotels, apartment buildings, and things like that. It is aging. We have spent quite a bit of money in our budget, making sure that it is reliable as we can make it. Working with our mechanic staff to ensure that issues are addressed when they arise. And we believe that when we recommend this for replacement, this apparatus will move into reserve status and be able to serve as a backup when one of our frontline apparatus is down. Heard the city manager talk earlier about a squad, Medic Squad 311, primarily used for medical aid responses. The staffing on this unit also will respond out to major incidents, technical rescues, structure fires, hazardous materials, traffic accidents to augment the staff of either ladder trucks or engines as well. But primarily this unit is first out to medical aids. As the council may be aware, 77% of our call volume is medical in nature. Therefore, running a lighter, smaller vehicle to medical aids does what we call protects our heavy equipment, protects the engine, protects the ladder trucks, and keeps them in quarters available for other types of incidents. But also these, as you can imagine, these apparatus are cheaper to replace. There is no guideline in NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, that tells us when we have to replace these. So it's really just an analysis of when these things start to age and based on the vision that I'm going to create for the organization going forward as our community grows. This is what we refer to as a brush engine. Sometimes you'll hear it refer to it as a type 3. This is a wildland engine. This engine responds to vegetation, wildland grass fires in our initial attack area, in our mutual aid areas, and all throughout the state of California, Western United States under strike teams as well. This is a newer apparatus. I don't have a lot of history on this apparatus since it was purchased before I became your fire chief. However, it is in our fleet and it is operating out of Station 311. And at this point, we do not have a recommendation for this to be replaced, as that vision for that would be much farther than the presentation I'm making for you tonight. Engine 312, which sits obviously at Station 312. This is a KME engine. This was one of the first investments that the council made in the fire fleet, was the purchase of the 2020 KME engines. There have been a few challenges with the KME engines since we've got them. They've been subject to a number of recalls. I think it's important to note that, because the challenges we faced with them in the first year of operation, compounded with our older fleet, made it really hard for us to rely on our reserves. And oftentimes we're running out of reserves. So noting these issues with this apparatus is not to necessarily say anything about these apparatus specifically with regard to replacing them, but it's to paint the picture of the need for an organization our size to have depth in fleet, to have reserve fire engines that we can move into at a moment's notice. If you follow social media, you've probably seen a couple posts about this apparatus. This engine is also a brush engine. We call it our OES engine. It's numbered 6315. It's owned by the state of California and allocated to the Victorville Fire Department under an agreement we signed with the Office of Emergency Services Fire and Rescue Branch. We're able to put it in our fleet, use it locally, use it for what we call initial attack in our city, and also use it for mutual aid responses. But when called for, we need to respond this to any of the requests throughout the state of California, and actually anywhere in the Western United States now. This is one of our KMEs. Again, there's no recommendation for replacement or movement to reserve status. This is still a frontline engine, and as we work through some of the challenges, we anticipate this engine is going to continue to serve us well into the near future. Medic engine 314. This is one of the ones that we are recommending for replacement. It is currently out of service. It's had numerous issues since I've been your fire chief. We're currently working through some transmission issues on it right now. We believe that once we get this back together, and after consulting with our mechanics and our engineers in our department, we believe that this will make a good reserve and will serve well in the capacity of what a reserve engine should serve as, which is temporarily use. Another squad, Medic Squad 315, that's what we're calling this right now. This was initially our reserve squad, but as you know, and those of you that have watched the Station 315 grand opening, this is currently assigned down to Station 315, is being staffed there. Eventually, when we get a medic engine for Station 315, this will go back into reserve status, or will be used in another capacity that we'll talk about here in a little bit. So this is our reserve truck, and this is where we'll start talking a little bit about reserve apparatus. If Medic Truck 311 goes out of service for a mechanical issue, this is our backup. We only have 2 ladder trucks, only 1 reserve. So if this goes out of service, then we are without a ladder truck in the city. Both of these apparatus, both Medic Truck, the reserve Medic Truck and Medic Truck 311, both are aging. Neither one of them at alarming rates, but they're aging together, which is not really what you want for a fleet. You want an older piece of apparatus in reserve with the newer front line, and things age out at different times, so you don't have to replace them right away. One of the big concerns with this with this truck, is that it does not carry water. So if it's first due to a fire, it's not able to initiate any kind of fire attack. It can perform rescue for victims, but it's not going to be able to initiate a fire attack. So my vision for future ladder trucks in the city everything will carry water. Reserve brush engine. These are older engines. This is from back in Chief Becker's era, I believe, when they were purchased. We have 2 of them that are similar, and I'll go forward real quick on this slide and move back to that. We have a 1996 and a 1995. There's a recommendation to surplus one of them, not move it to reserve status, but actually to surplus it. The 1996, we're going to want to hold on to because of that water tank size. It carries 1,000 gallons of water. That's very unique. And I think there might be a vision for where that apparatus can place into our fleet and our vision for city growth in the future. This will be the one that I'm recommending for surplus in fiscal year 23. as we move through our apparatus replacement plan and right size our fleet and bring on some more reliable equipment. These apparatus don't look like they're in bad shape. The mileage isn't even really a concern. I think both of them are under 40,000 miles. The issue here is 1996 and 1995 with international, you struggle to get parts. And so at some point, that becomes a challenge, and that creates a longer time that the apparatus is out of service as you're waiting for something to be manufactured or special ordered. We have 2 reserve medic engines right now, and I say reserve with tongue in cheek because these have been frontline the majority of the time that I've been here as your fire chief. They are aging out. The mileage is getting high on them, and it's costing us more money to keep them on the road than they're really worth in service. But thankfully we have had them because we've had some significant fleet issues since I've been here. Both of these, the 2006 Pierces, both of them in my plan are being recommended for surplus when the new engines that you are going to consider tonight arrive, if approved. Here's a snapshot by fiscal year looking out 3 years. Ideally, we would have a plan that looks beyond 10 years, but I'm working through a number of things with the city manager right now. A planning document, which I'll talk about here briefly, to really look at the community growth and right size our fleet and make sure that we have the apparatus on the road for the calls that we're responding to. So I'm not comfortable going beyond 3 years right now. But I think that you'll have a comprehensive plan for me in the next couple of years that will give you good projections beyond a decade. So in fiscal year 2022, we're asking for the 3 engines. I had hoped to come to you tonight to talk about a ladder truck as well, but we're struggling with finalizing the spec for that. And a lot of it has to do with an in-depth needs assessment. It has to do with the fact that I came on as your fire chief as that was getting wrapped up. And I want to make sure that whatever I stand up here before you and I present and I ultimately recommend to the city manager is exactly what we need for this community, and that there's not, and then it's going to serve us well into the future. So that's actually being postponed for about 3 to 6 months as I work through that. Depending on what we end up with a ladder truck, there's a potential that we'll need what's called a rescue, which is a vehicle that will carry rescue tools. And that also could be Medic Squad 315 as that comes back into a reserve status. It's possible that we may be able to utilize that in our vision. So that doesn't necessarily mean we have to purchase something for that use. Looking forward to 2023 to right size our fleet and to protect the wild and urban interface areas of our city. I envision 1 more brush engine down at 315. And that would put a brush engine at 312. And we'll see a map here shortly, 312, 315, and 311. And that really, looking at our city and our deployment model, that would really serve well. And then depending on community growth, call volume, as you know, medical aids are 77 to 80% of what we do. We need to look at our medic squads and are we using them appropriately? And is there a potential that we need more of those in the city? And how does that look? So that's in there as a placeholder. Going forward in 2024, earmark this. This doesn't mean that this is the request, nor am I asking the council to even approve the slide tonight. This is just giving you what my vision is. 2 additional engines, depending on community growth, depending on stations and needed placement. And then there's a couple bullet points that you can look at there and you can ask me questions. I won't go into details, but a couple other projected needs that are earmarked. This is a map of the city that includes what you will often hear referred to as FMZs or fire management zones. And the little fire department icons that we placed on there show where the new engines that are being requested tonight will go. 311, 314, and 315, with the 2 KMEs being at 312 and 313. And you'll see a summary on the right side there, with our reserve engines being the 2015 KME and the 2005 Pierce. I think I may have, no, I didn't make a typo. That is a 2005 Pierce. So how do fire chiefs come up with this, right? We don't just come to you and say we need fire engines. We actually try to do our due diligence and study. So there's two things we look at: placement in the community and replacement of current apparatus. So placement in the community, the planning document that I was speaking to you about is called a community risk assessment standard of cover. And that will really give us a good assessment of where our community growth is going to take place and where our community risk resides. And then it will match our service levels up to national standards. I'm not going to get into detail on that because of time, and I know we're running late tonight, but that is something that is coming, and I don't want to get into a 10-year, 15-year plan without taking a look at that and having folks consult us on that. We look at call volume, incident types. I mentioned medical aid, so we take that into consideration. Instead of putting a fire engine somewhere, maybe a medic squad will work. Mutual aid, the last bullet point there, mutual aid availability. One of the things I don't want to do is duplicate service. If there's something available next to us and it's available to us under mutual aid and it's a low frequency request, that might not be something that we necessarily will need to address or deal with right away. And as you know, we have an automatic aid boundary drop mutual aid agreement with county fire. So that gives us opportunity for a lot of support coming to help. And in replacement of apparatus, we go to a couple things. NFPA 1901 is a guiding document for fire departments on replacement of apparatus. We look at age and mileage. We look at availability for parts, time spent out of service, capabilities. Capabilities of fire apparatus are changing. Our communities are changing. Our risk models are changing. So we want to keep up with the latest in technology and available capabilities of apparatus. And the last bullet point on there is collaborate with stakeholders. And I'd like to define the stakeholders real briefly. Stakeholders are our mechanics, our fleet mechanics. They are also the folks that ride on the fire engine. The fire engine spec that you'll see tonight is not developed by the fire chief. This came from the floor. This came from our staff who day in, day out ride on these fire apparatus and know what their capabilities need to be. And the mechanics, we discuss with them because they have to work on them every day and they have to be able to support our fleet. Last and certainly not least, our guiding document continues to be the public safety plan. And you'll see the top 6 bullet points. I'm not going to go through them for the sake of time, but the top 6 bullet points there, those are identified in the public safety plan. And to me, my plan that I'm presenting to you tonight, both in slides and the request for the 3 engines and the potential request for a truck by the end of the year, ticks off these 6 bullet points. And I pulled these out of the public safety plan. The last several, I want to talk real quickly on the Type 6 engine. In the public safety plan, I talk about the purchase of a Type 6 engine. I've had several meetings with the city manager where I've expressed my vision for the fire fleet, and I would like to actually start moving us towards the Type 3 engines because of capability and because of water. And that's where you'll see a deviation maybe from the public safety plan. And then I talk a little bit about the brush engines and where they'll be placed. And then again, you'll hear me back in a couple months to talk probably about a ladder truck. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Chief Armstrong. All right. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council approve the purchase of 3 Type 1 Pierce fire engine pumpers from South Coast Fire Equipment through the Houston Galveston Area Council by Cooperative Purchase Program Contract FC 12-19 in the amount of $2,465,267.92 and to authorize the city manager or designee to execute all purchasing documentation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification purposes, beginning with Member Becerra.
Yes, I have a question. It's probably going to go part with building and fire. Where we build housing tracts, does the amount of houses built in a certain area automatically say we have to put in a firehouse or no? Mr. Laws, if you would, please.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I think to answer that best, I'm going to ask Jeff to speak to that.
I don't think I can speak to the development side of things, but certainly as the community grows, we're going to go back to that standard of cover. And that's why I'm convinced that's the best thing for us, because it's going to take a look at population. It's going to take a look at the type of growth. It's also going to take a look at travel time. It's going to take a look at traffic patterns and give us a deployment model for currently, if we need to make alterations in any future growth. There are recommendations in NFPA as far as number of firefighters on duty every day per population. I probably could not pull those out of my back pocket for you right at the moment, but there are recommendations out there for that. And that's an example of the national standard that the standard to cover in a community risk assessment document would articulate for us in that document.
So yes, there is, you just said, an NFPA, they do have standards for the amount of population to the amount of firefighters.
Correct.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
When the 5-year plan was developed to start, the city of Victorville's firefighter division had a fiscal side of things to cap pertinent increases to observe savings that would incur after year 1 and potentially after year 5. How is that savings expanded to date, which includes tonight's purchases? Meaning we're talking about a future purchase, not really tonight, but we are looking at this tonight. So it's, in my opinion, it's relevant. Do you understand my question?
I understand the question, Madam Mayor and members of the council, and I think the way you've characterized that, you're really trying to compare apples and oranges when we had originally analyzed fire service and whether or not we wanted to continue with county service versus city fire service. We did cost comparisons as to the operational elements of providing firefighters ourselves versus relying on the county to do that. And so, saying it differently, we were comparing the direct cost of us versus them, not including capital investment. This item before you tonight is dealing with capital investment. So it's not appropriate to try to lump this into the comparison that was done to justify the decision to move forward and move forward based upon it identified then as being more cost effective to do the fire service ourselves.
It was my understanding as council member then that there was an implicit savings that would be rendered. And if that's not the case, I think I was tricked. And if you're recategorizing it today as something different, I'm categorizing as how I see as I've been sitting here for 5 years. So I appreciate your comment on that. My next question is, in the beginning of your opening statement, you use the terms that caught my attention, such as I and my. When you used I and my vision and my fleet, what is the structure of your language referring to?
I think as your fire chief, it's my job to take the guidance and leadership from the city manager, craft it into a vision for the fire department and disseminate that out into the organization. Certainly what you're seeing here tonight, the apparatus replacement plan, is my product. I do have input from staff. Obviously, when I asked staff about their input on fire engines, they designed the fire engines themselves. But creating the vision for the fleet, the deployment model, and what apparatus need to be replaced, I think that's why the city employs me as the fire chief.
And in regards to the public safety plan implemented earlier last year, there are proposed replacements of several apparatuses. What is the approximate fiscal cost of what is detailed in tonight's presentation?
What's detailed in tonight's presentation is $2,465,267.92.
So approximately 2.1 million?
2.4.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem
You're
Irving.
welcome.
No, I don't have any technical questions, but I will reserve my time for comments.
Yes. They're two separate things, so absolutely. All right, and Mr. Metzler, I just have a quick question maybe too. So at the time that, because I want to make sure that the record's clear. So at the time that a prior council decided to move from county fire to city fire, the analysis at the time was that we would be able to maintain our own and experience some cost savings. But since then, we've developed a public safety plan and realized that, we were operating behind the curve. So this is part of the process to bring ourselves current and become more proactive in the types of public safety services we can provide.
That is absolutely correct. And now being in the fire service, I don't think you'd be in the position of making these decisions or even perhaps being successful with the public safety plan to be able to enhance the services the way we are. We actually have an ability now to control our level of service much better than when contracted out.
Right. And is it fair to say that providing very good public safety services to our community is one of the city's top priorities?
That's correct. I believe that to be correct.
Thank you. All right, the chair has no further questions and invites a motion from the council.
Move to accept staff recommendations.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Becerra. Now going to take discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Chief Armstrong for his excellent presentation, the apparatus replacement plan. I think you did a wonderful job justifying the purchase of these new vehicles, and I particularly appreciate your vision and a preview of a plan that's forthcoming to expand our department on behalf of the community and the future growth of our community. And lastly, I think we're making really good use of the ARPA funds in this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra.
No comments or
Thank-
discussion.
Sure. Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment. You're welcome.
Thank you. And Chair has no comments on the pending motion. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
So with gratefulness, the City Council has adopted staff's recommendation for the purchase. All right, moving on to item number 25, City Manager reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I do have a few updates. Actually, I have several updates, but I'll share with you a few, and the other few, the engineering and building ones, I'll share with you a different way. But as to the animal control side of the house, we have spay and neuter vouchers where a limited number of cat and dog spay and neuter vouchers will be available to Victorville residents starting September 1st. These will only be distributed from the Animal Care and Control Office and will be on a first come, first served basis. An appointment must be made with a participating veterinarian prior to receiving the voucher. Additional information can be obtained through our Animal Care and Control Office. On the rec side, we do have preschool registration starting, and it's now open for Victorville residents and will be open for non-residents on August 23rd. We're currently enrolling children between the ages of 3 and 5 for classes at Sunset Ridge Park. Contact our rec department for information on that. Victorville Sings open auditions deadline. It's the last call. The city will hold auditions for its inaugural Victorville Sings competition on August 18th at 5 p.m. for registered contestants ages 8 to 17. Up to 15 contestants will be selected to advance and compete for the winning title during the city's Concerts in the Park series to be held Fridays in September. And we have registration on our website for that. Our Concert in the Park series is scheduled in September, as just mentioned. That'll be from 6 to 8:30 p.m. On Fridays in September. We have a lineup and the concert lineup that we have scheduled for September 3rd. We have Stone Soul, classic soul and Motown music. On September 10th, we have Neon Nation, which is 80s music. On September 17th, we have Retro Blast, their classic rock group. And on September 24th, we have Hard Day's Night, which is SoCal's best Beatles tribute. So lots of fun coming up in September. That's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, moving on to item number 26, discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Member Becerra, any requests?
No, at this time.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Any requests?
Yes. Law enforcement in the nation has lost public trust, and it's no longer unusual to hear an officer involved shooting in the county, let alone in San Bernardino County, in the city, let alone the county. I move to have available officers audio. I move to have available officers audio to the public when there is an officer involved shooting with any contracted County of San Bernardino Sheriff's personnel, along with a full report to be able to be backed up and provided to the City Council within 30 days of such an occurrence in the city of Victorville.
So are you requesting a,
Yes, I made a motion.
so, but the chair is requiring clarification. I just want to make sure.
I can reread it if you want me to.
I just want to understand it. You don't have to reread it. So are you requesting an agenda item where we take this matter up?
Yes, this is
Okay,
the
gotcha.
council. This is the part where council members
Right,
place
thank you.
agendas.
We have a first. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. Anything further?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Erneving, any requests?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, and the chair has none. So now we're going to move on to our final item this evening, which is reports from council members. And normally we're very strict in following our policy and procedures manual on this, but tonight is a little bit different in that, and I don't think I'll get any objection from my colleagues, but tonight is the last night that our Madam Clerk Charlene Robinson will be serving with us at the city. And so council members, when you give your reports, my feeling is that we would be remiss if we were not to wish her our best in her days going forward. So council members, if you would like to give her your accolades, please feel so inclined to do that. Thank you. So I'm going to begin with Member Becerra.
Thank you very much. I'm sad to see you go, especially now I just started. Thank you. Good luck. Stay strong.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yeah, so my council reports are basically that I'm very interactive with my community. I deal a lot with VVTA issues. I deal a lot also with issues with the police and police, whatever it entails, anything with community services, anything that has to do with code enforcement and animal control. So my appearance as an audience member really does help relegate to the community the trust that I have been casted here for them. So that's my report for that regard. Thank you.
Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, I really don't have anything to report other than the fact some of you are aware that I injured my foot. I actually broke my foot. So people that have prayed for me or called to check on me, I really want to say I appreciate you. And then finally, I want to say goodbye. And I'm actually kind of envious, but I really enjoyed working with you, Mrs. Robinson. And your professionalism, demeanor has made my transition onto council very a good one. So things went smoothly, but I appreciate you. And I attribute some of that to you, okay, and your professionalism. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I wish you well.
Madam Clerk, I don't get to say that for you anymore, and that's my loss. You came on board as a city clerk when I had decided to become a candidate for office. And I remember the first time I sat in the conference room giving you papers, and I was so impressed with your willingness to connect with me. And I had every confidence that you had that same level of professionalism for every person that came before you. I have tremendous respect for you. You sat in this seat not having been trained really for the position. And you went into this like a dynamo, and you acquired a skill set in the shortest order for this kind of a position that I think I've seen in my professional career. You are a stellar individual with incredible intelligence, a great sense of humor, and I admire and respect you, and I hope the very best for you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you so much.
And then just quickly, I was appointed unanimously by the SBCTA, my SBCTA colleagues, to serve on its General Policy Committee, and I attended a first meeting last Wednesday. I was also appointed unanimously for the second time to serve as chair on the Mojave Desert and Mountain Recycling JPA Board. And there's much in the works on that board to comply with SB 1383 requirements for edible food recovery that will soon become effective. And John Davis has been serving on the statewide commission on recycling markets and curbside recycling to ensure our region has a very strong voice in how that plays out for our entire community. And then finally, I served on, just to give you another update, on as chair on the VVWRA Board of Directors. And with the annual organization there, it rotates among members. So I was happy to hand off my gavel to Council Member Bill Holland with Hesperia. And so much has been accomplished on that board in the past year, including the resolution to a 10-year-long dispute between the city and the JPA. And I'm proud to serve with my member agency colleagues. We all work well together to ensure the JPA's mission of protecting public health and the environment in the Victory Valley by providing effective and fiscally responsible wastewater collection, treatment, and recycling. So again, I want to end this with my praises and accolades to a wonderful Madam Clerk. Your shoes are going to be hard to fill, and wishing you the best. All right, so with that said, thank you. That concludes our business for this evening. And as a matter of housekeeping, all council members, staff, and audience members will kindly vacate council chambers and City Hall within 10 minutes. That's 9:19 p.m. so that the facilities may be cleaned and secured for the evening. Members of the public are not permitted behind the dais. Thank you.